Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma and today we are taking you to another beautiful destination. So stick around to this episode till the end to know more about this tourist destination. Welcome back, and today we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is a well-traveled person. He's an IT professional. He's closely related to radio broadcasting. So without wasting any other further moment, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. Once again, this week, would like to travel with you to another beautiful destination within our Indian Ocean, somewhere on the eastern peninsula of the East Africa, in the Ethiopian waters, somewhere nestled between the Mauritius, the Reunion Islands, and the Madagascar. The scenic, the beautiful, and breathtaking Seychelles, Kanchan. I'm sure you have heard about it.
Yes, I am so eager to really visit this place. It's a wonderful place, and this particular city and country is in the list of my itinerary. Maybe when I will plan, I will definitely go to the city, but I would like to know more about it. So tell me about this wonderful place.
Well, Kanchan, this is part inside the archipelago island country within the Indian Ocean, not very far from Mauritius and not very far even from Madagascar in the Ethiopian waters. And this is a place, Seychelles, which I had a chance discovery on my way to South Africa in one fine year. And this is a place I realized, and I then, traveled, and then I studied about it. I met the people, and it became a destination which I would like to go again with my friends, with my family. And this is a place which can take so much beauty within it. It is almost indescribable. And if you see on the world's one of the most visited places in the Lonely Planet Guide, and so many celebrities have visited this place. In fact, some of them have celebrated their honeymoon also. So, not to tell you more in the beginning, this is a place which can basically bring so much emotions of wise, long-looking islands. And the interesting part is this is just 455 kilometers, square kilometers place in so many islands. I'm told 115 islands, Kanchan. So you can think that some islands would not be even 2 square kilometers as well. So Victoria is the capital, Mahe is the largest island. And interestingly, Kanchan, the name of the president suddenly brought back so much interesting connections with India, because the president is Vavel Ram Kalawan. And when I looked into it, Kanchan, his grandfather belonged to Bihar.
Well,
That's
that even I heard that Seychelles currency is also called Seychelles rupee. So something which is very, I feel so connected with that place. And I would also like to know about the history, how this place became so wonderful and everybody wants to go to this at least once in lifetime.
Well, Kanchan, around 1700s, let's not go back very long back, around 1700s, 1800s. This was a place which was visited by the colonial masters' ships, the British ships, the Portuguese ships, the French ships, and they used to stop at these islands, the bigger islands, and they used to refuel or relax. And that's how these modern, wonderful islands were discovered. And therefore, the influence of Eastern African countries, influence of Christianity, Protestant, Hindu, Muslim, and this is the language is Creole, Seychelles Creole, and of course English and French is a impactful language in the island nation. Interestingly, the visa of Seychelles is a very powerful, or not visa, the passport of Seychelles is very powerful. And the GDP of this country is almost like a $15,000 per year, which also showcases that this country is very rich despite being in an island country. And interesting part of this is, Kanchan, the in 2020, the population of this country stands somewhere around 95 or 96,000 people only. And this is something which is so wonderful. Mostly these kind of places are only dependent on tourism, which Seychelles is also. But apart from tourism, they have a good, spice trade, cinnamon trade, coconut trades. Coconut is also called copra over there. Copra is also, it is called in India, some places in copra. So this country is a very futuristic country, and it is, it's you must visit it, and I had a chance to see it, and I must recommend it.
Right. What are the places apart of the main place, Seychelles? And I also want to know about the art and architecture of this place.
Well, Kanchan, from the tourist destinations, as you can see from the images that I am putting, the islands, the lush green islands, the marine biology, National Botanical Garden, Aldabra Atoll, Mont Blanc, Moyenne Island, and Victoria, which includes the Seychelles International Airport on the Mahe Island, the Victoria Market, and Seychelles National Botanical Gardens. So this country seems to be very laid back, and very friendly with the tourists, and lot of things to see, specialized high luxury resorts, and of course water sports, which I am not very fond of because of my freak accident prone nature, but I enjoy. And there is a small flights, some of the islands you can take a 1 hour flight, and you can just circle around those big islands, and you can go closer and see and come back. There are ferries, and there are water sports, and some of the very large tortoise that I could see. And Kanchan, that is something which is wonderful in this country. From arts and architecture, you can see it has a colonial architecture, but it also has got a very distinct, East African influences. It also has got some Indian influences, as you can see, a Hindu temple over there. And this country is full of promise, full of luxury. You can see some image of a very luxurious resort, Kanchan. And I figured out that I can't stay here with my even 10 years of my expenses, earnings. So Kanchan, this is wonderful. And from a food point of view, there is a connection again from the Indian connections. So lentils, which is called dhal, Dhall, which is very popular, and of course seafood is definitely going to be popular because of the connection with the Indian Ocean. But there are 68 schools in the whole country. That's interesting. And I mean, most important thing that comes back to me is how they have maintained the relationships with the global world, and they're part of United Nations, and Air Seychelles is their flagship carrier, but they are connected to rest of the world by various other airlines. From India, they have a special connection, Kanchan, where I have read that Hindustan Aeronautics has given them certain flights, certain aircraft to do observations around all their islands, and there is a great support from Indian establishment in terms of their security in the Indian Ocean, and they respect about it, and that is goes without saying that as you said, Seychelles currency is Seychelles rupees, SCR, and SCR is also really good. It is it's almost equivalent to South African rand today.
Well, you mentioned about the food, and I would like to ask you: is this is a place where vegetarian can survive well? How it is? What are the dishes this place offers?
Well, Kanchan, being an island nation on the shores of Indian Ocean, the blue waters, it is a foodie's delight, especially from the seafood. But as I said, there is an Indian population also there. You saw our Indian temples picture as well. And of course, and I mentioned about dal. I don't know why it is not called dal, but it is called dhal, Dhall. It's a mix of lentils. So, I mean, you can have rice and dal together and some sauce. They make a very special sweet called ladog, a very special dessert, and of course there is a lot of mix with the East African cuisine, the French cuisine, and of course British cuisine is also there. So I think you will not have a problem with that. And if you have problems sometimes, Kanchan, you can eat bread and butter, I believe.
Yes, definitely. That is the last option. Now, how much time is required to really enjoy this place? How much time we should spend to really see all the places in Seychelles?
My advice to anyone who is traveling or to any island country, especially Seychelles, don't go for hopping it in few days, 4 days, 5 days, but try to go and stay there, get the feel of it, enjoy, relax, reflect, think, shoot, dive, be with the nature, and then come back. So to looking at Seychelles, I can say you must have a plan for at least 1 week to be there. But again, international tourism is expensive. So people go to Seychelles, they try to go to Mauritius, but Mauritius becomes a separate entity, a separate itinerary in itself. So Maldives, but I would still say, it is good to visit there for at least 1 week's time, so that one can enjoy not only the scenic beauty, but the people, the culture, the food, the history, and how a society, a culture has survived for so many centuries. I'm told that this used to also be, outpost of the, pirates in the Ethiopian waters. They used to come there for relaxing, sometimes even to hide out. But thanks to the Commonwealth, which is Seychelles is part of the Commonwealth. It has got an international attention, and there are a lot of interests in that area from the international waters. Nearby, there are some British islands as well, still managed by the British. And uh, Seychelles is well connected between Africa, between Asia and Europe. I'm sure for the US, one would have to change it from the Gulf countries, a layover, what they call. And I'm very, it's a highly recommended place, Kanchi.
Well, as you said, it has a long history, and I think this is a place of cosmopolitan because you can find every person and visiting this place. So, what kind of cultural and heritage concept Seychelles is having?
Well, Kanchan, as I said, it has Seychelles. They call themselves Seychellois or Seychellois in the Creole language. So the culture is around nature. The culture is around their geography. The culture is from the sea, and it gets its support from the religion part of the mix of with the people over there. Uh, you know, it as I said, it has got a very it got its independence somewhere in 1970s, if I believe, from the British system. But then again, it was a single party system in Seychelles for a very long time, till such time when the current president, Bavel Ram Kalawan, I'm so proud of saying that, became the president of the island nation. And, then it becomes a multi-party democracy with the parliament, and it is flourishing. Sometimes it feels that just with 96,000 people, you can still run a country, and that too so beautifully. It is of great pride for the Seselva people, as I know.
Well, when we're talking about the tourist destination, and Seychelles stops on water sports and water activities. So, what are those activities which Seychelles offer, and we should plan it when we are going there?
As I said, Kanchan, I try to keep away from the extreme adventure or extreme sports, uh, especially around the water, inside the water. So, but I'm very good in seeing the islands from the flight, which I had chance to see. uh, uh, from I wanted snorkeling, but again, I really couldn't gather the courage. So water sports, water skiing, snorkeling, and even seeing it a small, kind of a small, very five-seater plane, seeing the islands, touring them. So, and visiting National Botanical Garden, that is something which was like trip down the lanes, seeing so many flora and fauna in the island nation. And Mahe, the biggest island, and the Victoria Market. Victoria is the capital. Yeah, and you know how Indian tourists feel so nice being in a crowded market and trying to buy some small things and coming back to the hotel and then trying to feel that, oh, I got this in a bargain and a discount. But probably that is not the case. But it's nevertheless a very interesting and a beautiful journey, Anjan.
Well, it was so wonderful to really know about this place since you have visited and you've been a part of that place. Now, I would like to summarize this place maybe in one sentence. How you will say and how will you praise this place and initiate other people to really visit?
Seychelles is the world's leading country to protect lands for the threatened species, territory for conservation, giant tortoise, species such as chestnut flanked white eye, Seychelles parakeet, saltwater crocodile, you know, and that is something one must go and see how this nation has kept the environmental issues always in its forefront. So there was some time a market economy which was based on the trade of cinnamon, coconut, and other things, plantation, which is banana. But then now it is mostly tourism. And, I feel that once places are so much dependent on tourism, it makes them, sensible to protect the nature just for the tourists to come and see a part of. Uh, but I also had a great, very innate feeling, Kanchan, standing on one of the islands. I could feel that someday, if the sea water rises because of this global warming, what will happen to those islands? And this is true for all the islands in that region: Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, Comoros Islands, Reunion, all of them. And therefore the world needs to think about these pristine, beautiful islands and protect them, Kanchan.
Well, before all this happens, I think we should plan this visit very, very early so that we can enjoy the place. And yeah, of course, we have to work towards a natural conservation and global warming, which is happening. I think that is a far greater issue, and not only the governments, but I think community should also think about it. But yes, by talking to you, I have come to one conclusion that we have to plan. At least I have to plan to go Seychelles as early as possible. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. Any last thoughts?
Kanchan, you will visit Seychelles and you will call me and say thank you for recommendation. That's all.
Definitely, I look forward, because for that I have to really visit and travel to Seychelles. So I'm looking forward. And as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you, and we'll meet again with some other wonderful city of the world. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Bye bye, Kanchan.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. If you had followed my videos a few days back, I had predicted that before coming to India, Trump will put their weight behind, or rather, the US government will put their weight behind Pakistan in FATF review of grey list to blacklist for that country. And this is exactly what has happened. So, Pakistan has now two strong heavyweights favoring them, and it is in their interest to come out of the grey list. However, so China is one of them, and this time United States also putting their weight behind Pakistan so that they can gain the trust and Pakistan help United States to withdraw their forces from Afghanistan. Uh, However, what has happened is this FATF organization is headquartered out of Paris, and out of the 27 points, a list of 27 points on which Pakistan had to demonstrate sort of a progression in terms of coming out and removing terrorism or terrorist activities originating from their country. Uh, on these 27 points, Pakistan did not qualify on the 13. Now these 13s are the most critical ones, and so FATF have given them a very strong, stern warning, and given them an additional 4 months of time to show improvement Why these 4 months? Because obviously Pakistan is having a very tough time from the economic point of view, and they want to really come out of this economic doldrum that the country itself is going through. In fact, many things are happening in Pakistan. The taxation has been increased. The income tax has been increased because any government in any other country, any part of the world will work towards reducing income tax, but in Pakistan it is happening the other way around. They are increasing the income tax. So they are in a very dire need of finances, funding, and if they get into blacklist, currently there are only two countries which are in blacklist, which is North Korea, and other one is Iran, and Pakistan is just sitting on the edge to be dropped into blacklist. So if they get into blacklist, their economic situation will worsen first because there will be no advances from anywhere in the world, and the state will move into a very difficult situation. So this time, Pakistan has been given additional 4 months with a very strong warning from FATF members. And after 4 months, if they do not show improvement in actual action taken on the terrorist activity, then there is a big chance that Pakistan will become a blacklisted country after 4 months. So I just wanted to bring this to you as an update. I will see you tomorrow as usual. Until then, bye bye.
Hey guys, what's up? I am Chandrakant and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. Even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Naval. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is, if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank, nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard coded in my brain. um, Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard coded within me. And I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realized what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because, in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Naval, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year, because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if somebody, some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you, but like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now, where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile, which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. and that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn, 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 yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally giving a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, 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 heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, you know? I'm going to say boring, 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 boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, 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 yawn, 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 yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. Now, that's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay? But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked on to that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask, because in presentations we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is, don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Naval, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. Things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So so we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you, right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you, and they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on, because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me how are you, and I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine, or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neville. Any last comments on this?
You're right, it's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to, the first thing is be aware. So if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid, okay? No one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. Especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice, okay? So that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit. And then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you've practiced one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona. Okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people are.
Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject. I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. During this pandemic, even young achievers are doing great work. We will be discussing about their contribution and achievement. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello, friends. We have a very wonderful child from India, and she is showing us project. And when kids show us projects or something special they have done, it is so wonderful. It is so awesome. So, without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Tia Bedi from India. So, welcome to the show, Tia. How are you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So, you see, these are summer vacations. So you must be doing something, right?
Yes, ma'am. Empathy means to understand the feelings of others. Uh, that
So,
is empathy.
you have done something which is kind of a case study or kind of a project, or it is like you have made a model. How you have done it?
It's a project, ma'am. So I sold 20 odd paintings to the people who were unknown to us, as my mother wanted me to face the rejection as well. So after selling the 20 paintings, the money I got, I transferred it to a bank account of an orphanage.
That is such a wonderful act you have done, and that too at that young age. I think that is something everybody should be doing. But I also want to ask you how this beautiful idea of compassion came into being, and how really you planned it.
Ma'am, I my mother gave me the idea of helping people, and I thought I was good at painting, so let me sell paint some of my paintings, and the money earned I would give it to the orphanage.
So, if I can ask you how much you have donated to the orphanage in Manipur?
I've donated about 2,000 rupees to the orphanage at Manipur.
That is so wonderful, and it is so wonderful gesture. I think all other children should be learning from you the kind of work you have done, and at that too in this COVID period. I think many children should join you, and they should do some creative, compassionate work. So, what are your next plans,
Ma'am, I am recently working on Project Empathy Part 2.
and what you will be doing there?
Ma'am, it's a secret. I don't want to tell anyone right now, but I will share it after some time.
Okay, so I think while talking to you, I really got very impressed the kind of work you have done, and I know that you are good in painting, and you also like cooking, and the project which you have done, it has really must have impacted all orphanage children, and they must be very happy about the help you have given to them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I told the sister specifically, the sister who takes care of the orphan children, that uh, you can please buy them the stuff they want with this money.
Okay, that's great. So, last message, what you want to share to all your friends and children who are watching you?
Ma'am, I want to share that from this project, I learned how to understand others' feelings.
Yes, that is very great because this is the time mankind and human beings should understand each other's problem and cooperate and come out from this, especially pandemic, in a flying color. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Tia, and I look forward to talk to you regarding maybe your second project or any project you would like would be doing in the future. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye
Thank,
bye.
thank you, ma'am. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and in today's discussion, we are announcing a giveaway, and the giveaway is about uh, a graph which is very, very important for chief executives, or if you are an SME owner. Sometimes you're looking for ideas, and this is a graph which we have developed. We use this as a Bible, and you can use this graph to do things, to gain ideas, and you can take the next steps in your leadership journey while setting up your company. And the best part is we are actually, giving this mug absolutely free. How to claim your mug, we will actually tell you in the end of the program. But let's get back to our program for today. Today's guest is a very senior, very distinguished, accomplished leader from our industry. Her name is Aparna Ranadive, and she is wearing multiple hats. She is a CEO of Practical Magic Advisory Services, which is based in Mumbai. She is also CEO of Gateway to India. She is also Executive Director of Global Chambers of Commerce, Mumbai edition. So, without further ado, let me present Aparna to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chandrakant. How are you?
Good, Aparna. I think something that we would like to learn from you is one of the leaves from your long journey. What is that you're going to discuss with us today?
So first and foremost, thanks for inviting me to the show. I would want to share, I think over the last 25, 26 years of my corporate career, there have been a lot of learnings that I've had personally. And I also firmly believe that what's the point of having that kind of experience if you can't really share it with people and for people to learn from it as well. So one of the many things that I learned is about the kind of confidence or how people development is a key role that a leader can play, and how he or she can contribute in that development of their people. So that's perhaps one of the key things that I would want to speak about, talking about the leadership journey here.
Fantastic, Aparna. So, I'm sure it must be related to some great experience you must have learned in the field while doing your job, while doing your duty. So, why don't you start telling us about what happened and what was the learning?
Sure, sure. It'll be my pleasure. So this is an experience that I've had very early in my career. I was a part of a large engineering company as a manager HR. So initially I was managing their divisional HR, and then eventually I was shifted to the corporate. And the first assignment that was given to me as a part of the corporate was campus recruitment, and campus recruitment not just for management schools but also for engineering schools. And this was across the entire length and breadth of the company, so including the top tier colleges, as well as the second tier and the third tier colleges across the entire spread of the company, of the country. And so being an engineering company, obviously the pre-placement talk is all about the kind of projects that companies had, or whether it is central air conditioning, whether it is your other projects that get done, or whether it is specific kind of clients that you've had, and so on and so forth, and the multiple offerings that the company, or the products that the company had. Now, it so happened that we went to this college, and I was faced with about 400 students, and I was not aware that I would be faced with so many students. Initially, when the responsibility was given to me, I thought that it would be maybe at the most about 100, 120 kind of student batches like we normally have in management schools. But this was when I was faced with 400 students and all engineers. It kind of just shook me up and said, and where I had to make a pre-placement talk. So which means that the pre-placement talk did not have to be just like something that I had by hearted, or something that I was just reading off the presentation, but I had to be coming across as somebody very convincing, and making sure that it was exciting enough for the engineer sitting across the table to feel excited and feel that he's going to contribute or he's going to learn as much. So I thought that I was not prepared enough. Of course, I was a science student. I had a science background. I understood physics. I understood chemistry. I understood what the combinations were. But at the same time, I didn't feel I was qualified enough to sit across the table with an engineer and tell him what a central air conditioning project would be like, or a plant would be like, or whatever. And I turned around to so thankfully my bosses had come along, and the HR head of the company, who was an executive vice president. He had grown in the ranks in the company from being a graduate engineer trainee to becoming an executive vice president. So he'd spent about 30-35 years, and from being a service engineer to becoming the HR head. So he had traveled the entire journey, and he knew exactly what was what. So I turned around to him and I said, I can definitely not face as many students and not make sense talking engineering stuff. So he told me, he said, Aparna, you know about the products of the company, you know about the company itself, you know the ethos, and you know what you're offering. So what's the problem? So I said, if any one of the students or any one of the budding managers turns around and asks me an engineering related question, I will not know what to answer and how. So he said, let's cross the bridge when we come to it. Don't fret about it right now. So he said, right now, just take a deep breath, go in front and just perform like you would have been performing otherwise. So I have been a performing artist myself. I've held the stage on many an occasion for many a things. So I said, okay, this is the real test that's going to come up, and I need to do the best that I can. And he said, the one thing that stuck on with me, and I think was a leadership lesson that I learned and I took it along with me through my life, was the fact that he said, Aparna, if you fail, I'm here. So don't worry at all about that. Just go right out there. Make sure you do your best. You give your best. And should there be some question that you can't handle or you can't kind of face, I'm going to be here right behind you to take up that question. So you don't need to worry. So somewhere I was assured that while the responsibility was mine, while the accountability was mine, but somewhere I had a safety net as well. So it did not make me complacent, but at the same time I knew that I was going to be taken care of. I was not going to be left out to the wolves to kind of hunt for myself. And that was good. That was very reassuring. And that first session, I'm telling you, I still get goosebumps when I think about it, was so good. It was such an exciting experience that I kind of just answered every question that was there, every query that came up, whether it was for company related, job related, engineering related. Funnily enough, I had studied enough about the company to be able to go and answer as many questions as they would be coming. And I came back completely relieved. I mean, it's like that high that you get after a great performance or after a great talk that you do. I came back really feeling high, and then there was no stopping me. Then that entire, that portfolio was given to me completely to handle independently, and I had my own time cycle. So come September, I was planning, my trips around the countryside and along the country and to all the engineering colleges. So I went from a Thapar engineering in Patiala to it's a PC in Chandigarh to a VJTI in Mumbai to what have you. I mean, the entire length and breadth, and it was so exciting. And not just that, then after the engineers joined back into the company, since I was the one who was dealing with them and coordinating with them, so then I was also entrusted with the entire graduate engineer training program, the management training program, and it was a whale of a time I had. I mean, I think it was so exciting. But had it not been, the lesson that I learned is that had it not been for that gentleman, and where he said that, Aparna, go ahead, I'm here with you. Had that assurance not been given, I think I would have done a very shoddy job in terms of being able to represent the brand of the company, or in terms of being able to sort of come across as somebody very authentic, or somebody who was representing a well-known company like that. So a lot of it, a lot of that credit of what I did there, standing up there for the first time, and then for the next 4 years that I was there with the company, it all goes to that one incident and that one assurance. And of course, I mean, then when they saw that I did good, I did, I performed well. Then, every time that there was something new that had to be done, something different that had to be done, I was the candidate to look up to, because they said, she's willing to take that risk, she's willing to take that challenge up, and she does a good job. She doesn't drop the ball anywhere. So that was a good credibility also that I built within the company, and it was amazing. I mean, but and I sort of after that as well. So even through my journey of leadership, or even through my journey across the corporate, or even now when I work with people, I think that's the one thing that I keep in mind. So even when I was, growing up, and my sister is about 10 years younger to me. So I apply that principle back at home as well. So even when we were growing up, we were always told that you'll never get spoon fed. You'll have to go hunt for things, you'll have to go do the things yourself. You'll have to find out your way around. We will be there to guide you as parents or as elders, but you will never be spoon fed. So I think that came in handy as well, I'm sure. But even when my sister would come around to me and tell me that, can you help me do this project, or can you help me find something for this, I would often tell her that, no, you go find out for yourself, and I will be there. Should you falter, should you not find something, should you need help, I'm always going to be there. But I don't want you to depend on me completely, and for you to become independent to a point where now she's so independent. And we call her the Google mother, because she does all her searching and finding on her own. In fact, she comes back and teaches us about a lot of things. Of course, she's a very accomplished girl herself, but nonetheless, so I'm just trying to say that it's not just confined to the realms of the corporate or your professional life, but the same principles can be applied back home or within your civilian life, as it were. So I think that was a huge learning which stays with me lifelong.
Fantastic. And in fact, what you're trying to share with us is one experience which you had, and the wisdom of your senior who said, hey, why don't you go ahead and do it, and you're ready. So I think that was something which came from the experience. And now you're so experienced, you're already running 3 organizations. And what you're trying to tell the viewers is that you will never be fully ready. You have to do things.
Absolutely.
And if you don't do it,
Absolutely.
you don't do it, you will never learn it. So you have to do it with your own hand, with your own mind, and you have to have initiative. I think it's an amazing learning for all of us, Aparna ji.
Thank you so much. And in fact, this takes me to one of the other incidents also, that, earlier in life, of course, when I was still an NCC cadet. And the ceremonial drill is a big thing as an NCC cadet, and for you to qualify in it, and for you to be, leading it as such. So I was, so every NCC battalion has an under officer, which is like the senior most rank there. And so my girls battalion had an under officer, and we were preparing for one of the 26th January ceremonial drills, to be out there to be a participant in. And I used to be the right marker. So the right marker essentially keeps the entire rank and file together, and make sure that the entire platoon is going together, marching correctly together. And it so happened that at the last minute, my under officer fell in, and then the next in command was me. So obviously, at the last minute, you had to sort of take up that spot and lead the entire ceremonial drill for your battalion, for your for your unit, and for your platoon as such. And I think that was another exhilarating experience, because you're not just faced with 400, 500, you're faced with thousands of people who are watching you on television, or even otherwise at the ground at the ceremonial drill. You have your seniors watching you. You have people from the forces who are there. You have a dignitary who's either a state dignitary or otherwise. So I think it took me back to that incident, and the commanding officer, they said that you have to think on the spot, and the only other replacement that they could find was me. So they put me there up. And of course we had practiced together and we had done the drills together and everything, but at the same time I was not ready to sort of take up the center stage for the ceremonial drill as such. But I did it, and it was again another experience of sorts, which will always remain with me as a very very fond memory of something that I've gone through in life.
I think the key learning for today is you have to do it. I think that is the key learning from our discussion today. And it was great learning about your experiences that you had, where your seniors expressed faith in your ability and your wisdom, your knowledge, and your ability to handle things. And that is what made you come in front. And it doesn't matter there are 400 people, 400 engineers, or 1000 people, or some state dignitary. It doesn't matter. So as long as there is willingness to do things, you will falter, you will commit mistake, you will also correct them at the right time using your wisdom, but you have to do it on your own. I think that is the biggest learning we had today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was wonderful sharing that learning as well, and I'm hoping and praying that people can take at least a few nuggets from there as well.
Absolutely, Aparnaji. Actually, you are such an accomplished leader yourself. You're doing many things for the industry, for the people. I think turning one leaf at a time is too slow for us. But I think yet we will take this learning from our discussion today. We will take it, and also our viewers. So thank you so much for joining us today in our show, and we will catch up in the next show with some other experience of yours.
Thank you so much for having me here.
So coming back to our giveaway, as I mentioned in the beginning of the program, that the giveaway is a beautiful mug. As you can see, it's orange in color, which is the color of energy, and it has a very nice graphic which tells all leaders and executives about doing things, how to do things actually in the field. And this is basically to arouse your inspiration, your ideas. So if you're short of ideas, you can drink your coffee, you can join your e-meetings, and also you get the inspiration to do new things. Now, we had a very interesting discussion with Aparna ji today, and she shared some of her experience about how to get things done. So what you have to do is basically engage with us, give your comments. I'm sure you have gone through various experience in life. Why don't you share your experience? And based on your comments and your input, we will send this cup directly to your doorstep, and we will also invite you for a live interaction with Aparna Ranadive in the next episode. Until then, I'll say goodbye, only to meet you next time.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Beautiful day in London, and hopefully it's a beautiful day in India.
It is very beautiful and it's very bright. There's a lot of hot sun outside, and we are thoroughly enjoying the summers.
Fantastic.
So one thing I would like to share with you, Neville, today is that sometimes I get intuition, but I don't listen to my intuition. Sometimes I ignore the intuition and follow the book. And I would like to take your opinion. Is this the right strategy, or shall I listen to my intuition or not follow the book every time? What do you feel about this?
Well, you've introduced our trip through the alphabet really well just by what you said today. No rehearsal, as usual. We just hit this on the road. And we're up to the letter R. And R, although today is a day of reflection, being Friday, we're not going to go down that simple route. We're going to go down a more complicated route.
and you just mentioned it. It's the word relationship. And I'm not thinking of the relationship that we have with everybody else. I'm actually thinking of the relationship we have with ourselves. Because if we can get ourselves right, then we've got a really good chance of getting the relationships with other people. And intuition is one of those funny things where the book says do this, and your intuition says, well, if I do that, I'm not going to feel happy with it. You know? And being happy at what you're doing is a relationship with yourself. And we've all been there. We've all been, if I follow the book, I'm just going to get the same. What if I just do something slightly different? And the thing is, do it. As long as it's not life-threatening, do it. Follow that intuition, but be aware. You know, part of the relationship you've got with yourself and following your intuition is being aware of what's happening at every stage of the change. Because, as you said, the book says do this, and if you follow the book's got the answer. You know, but your intuition will not necessarily have any answers. You've never done it before, or you might have done it and it worked here, but it didn't work here. So what you've got to do is you've got to be very aware of what's happening when you follow your intuition. And there's a point where you drop it because actually, do you know what? It's just not the right time and right place. And that's the relationship with what's going on. But it's very personal. I hope this sort of makes sense. It's a simple concept in some respects, but it's once you start to get deeper into it, it gets very complicated because you can't compartmentalize it. Other things happen. You know, even your son might come running into the room when you're deep in something, and you think, oh, for goodness sake, go away. But you need a relationship with yourself because your son's coming in for a reason. And just because it's interrupted your very important stuff to you, just think it could be important to him too. Now, we know this. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I think what you're saying is right, but I think, I've got a problem. My problem is that although there is intuition, but there is a lot of confusion at the same time, because whether this is right or whether this is wrong, or shall I follow the book? I think that's where the confusion lies. Whether should I listen to myself or shall I do what everybody else is doing?
It's a difficult one, because if you do what everyone else is doing, you'll end up where everyone else is. And the question is that where you want to go? So you've almost got that end game that's defined for you. And as long as you follow the book, follow the process, because it's a process, the likelihood is you're going to get to the same place as everybody else. But is that where you want to go? Is that right for you? Does your intuition, which fundamentally builds upon your experience and your expectations, we're back in the earlier part of the alphabet now, the letter E, your experience is part of your intuition. That really doesn't feel right. And I do this all the time, frankly. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Fortunately, I've got good family around me that tell me every time I've done it wrong. I wish they'd keep telling me when I've done it right every now and again, because it would really sort of help me a bit. But like anything else, we're quick to be able to tell people, no, you've done it wrong there. And if you've got a good friend around you, they'll tell you that all the time. And as long as they're little things and they catch you early, then it's not a big deal. But this intuition is not their intuition. It's not their experience. It's your experience, and that's your personal relationship. So inside of you, you've got three voices going on all the time. You've got this really expansive, I want to change the world, I'm going to do this and that and the other. That's a can-do person that's in here. And we've all got that can-do person, So although people don't think that they're capable of doing things, yes, you can. You may not have the experience or the right knowledge, but you can do it. But then you've got two negative voices in there. So that's the positive voice. You've got two negative voices. One is, I can't. I'm going to go with the flow. And that's there in abundance. And I'm sure you know that, and people listening know that too. And then you've got this other nagging voice out there. I'm not going to do it. This is a stubborn voice. I won't. And as you see from the map behind me, those are the three options that you've got. Everything you do, wherever you do it, you've got those three options. And it's that self-relationship that you have to fight first. You've got to kick out the can't do's, knock away the won't do's, and stay with that can do. I believe in myself. Some people will call this risk. Well, if it's a real risk, roll the dice. Let the dice decide for you, you know. And if you're really worried about it, don't use one dice, use 5. Because then you've got a chance of, you know, one dice will give you 1 to 6. 5 dice will give you 1 to 30. Pick a number when those dice land, and I'm going to go with that, you know. That's a real risk, you know. You're letting chance happen. But your intuition is more than chance. You're balancing that risk. And you're saying, I'm not going to go with the flow. You know, I'm not going to go with those people. I'm going to go and do something different. And it may only be marginally different. You know, you don't have to be a radical and flow in a completely different direction. But remember, if you're going along on parallel lines like this and you just go 1 degree away, then after a while, look what happens to that 1 degree. It really does move away.
Right.
And the issue there is, as you move away, what's happening? If you're improving, and I'm not going to say what you're improving on, but you've made a decision to do something different. If you're improving and it's working for you, are you going to stop and go back, or are you going to do more? Simple question.
If I'm improving, definitely I'll continue on that path to improve more. I don't want to stop that process.
But if you're not improving, when are you aware that you're not improving? It's getting worse, or it's not as good as it could have been. That's the issue. And that's when your intuition kicks in again. But it's only because you're being aware. Now, these are really complex concepts in some respects, but you have to take that first step. And the first step is know who you are. Have that relationship with yourself. Nobody is perfect. No one gets it right all the time. And when you realize that, the first question you ask when you start to move away and it doesn't improve, you say, well, is it me? Have I done something wrong? And although that might sound very critical, you're your best critic. Then you've got to handle it. So everything we're talking about here is captured under this term, emotional intelligence. And the best leaders in the world are highly emotionally intelligent. That doesn't mean they're intelligent. It just means they are fully aware of their situation and their emotions. And the nice thing is, when it goes like this, and it goes like that, you think, yes, wonderful. You know, I'm going to tell the world. But then you say, actually, I'm not going to tell the world because I've found something that's really unique to me, and I'm just going to keep it to myself. And that is your competitive advantage. And every business wants a competitive advantage. But you will share it with your colleagues, you know, people that work closely with you, because you say, look what's happened here. I did this. I didn't want to tell you about it at the time because I wasn't sure. But now, look what's happened. What if you were to do that? What if we were to do that collectively? How can we improve on that thing? And again, you're now talking about a relationship with everybody else. So it can blossom, but you've got to be able to handle the time when it doesn't blossom. Your intuition wasn't right. But don't let it stop your intuition taking the risk in the future. I hope this makes sense. You know, it's Friday, it's a day for reflection. So this is really internal reflection, but it's in this word relationship.
Yes, Neville, in fact, it makes a lot of sense. And as you rightly mentioned, I think the real challenge is to, uh, you know, is to understand the risk factor also, and how much. I think we need to work out a mechanism where we leave 10% on chance and 90% on intuition. So I think it's a long journey. I don't think, but you rightly mentioned, even though you have given us a path of follow the right thing that we believe, but I think to get this process implemented, it will take a few more days for us to do a little bit more thinking.
Like anything else, some of these things are not overnight sensations. The nugget, if you like, is to be listening and thinking about what's being said. And that, again, it comes back to this phrase, emotional intelligence, which when I first came across this phrase, I thought, emotional intelligence? What emotion's intelligent? Because emotion is typically a reaction, how intelligent is that reaction? And it takes a while to think about, is there an emotion that's intelligent? Well, probably the only one is happiness, because if I smile and you smile, it's infectious. Yeah, that's pretty intelligent. I prefer to be there rather than be unhappy and sad. But is it really intelligent? Who knows? I'm not a psychologist. I'm not in that world of deep research into the inner machinations of the mind and how that works. There are plenty more people that we rely upon to do that. But the common sense is control your emotions. That doesn't mean to say when you're really ecstatic and you think you've got a fantastic result that you say, oh, that's okay then. That's not the sort of control you want. You need to feel it inside. That's the relationship you got with you. When your favourite cricket team, scores a 6, how do you feel?
It's very exciting. It's thrilling.
Exactly. It's thrilling. And when they hit a second 6 off the same over, how do you feel then?
Well, there are, I think, 2 or 3 Indian cricketers who hit sixes on every ball of the over. So the expectations are much higher, because if this guy...
Yeah, exactly. You say, yeah, and all the tin cans are coming out, and the hoots are going, and the straw ballers are going, and you're expecting the third one to go for a 6. And when it goes for a 6, your level of expectation goes up higher and higher. Okay, and then when the over finishes, fortunately, you only have to have 6 sixes. But remember, there could be a wide in there. You might even have 7 sixes. Who knows? So, but the interesting thing is, you're in control all the time. Yes, when I get a result, I get more excited, and I want to do more. When I don't get the result, don't feel down about it. This is the relationship you've got with yourself. Just say, okay, so it didn't work out this time. And move on. And say, but you know what? If I just change that slightly, I think it'll work. And then will your intuition say, I'm going to do that? Will that can-do person in here come to the front? Or will the won't do and can't do literally say, no, we're going to go back and do it by the book? Not that the book's wrong, by the way. Right? This is not saying that the book's wrong. But if you feel it's wrong for you in that particular context, you need to have the willpower to follow it through. I hope this makes sense. It is Reflection Friday.
Certainly, never. It does. I think. Thanks for your advice. I think you have given me some direction to my question, which I started off this particular session. Uh, I think this is very useful, and I'm sure it is useful for others as well to follow the intuition and also gather more information to decide the uh, next course of your action. So I think that is where we are, and thank you so much for giving us the direction.
No, my pleasure, CK. I hope you have a fantastic weekend. We're taking the weekend off to recharge batteries. Sadly, we're all at home and I can't meet the kids, so I have to look forward to that another time. So again, that's my relationship. I have to deal with that, you know. I can only have digital relationships with all the people that I love. So be safe, take care, don't go outside, enjoy the sun.
Thank you, and you too, Neville. We'll talk again on Monday.
Cheers, CK. High five.
High five.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, I would like to inform you about the science of immunology and what is the contribution of India as a country or India as a civilization to the mankind. Uh, you know, like we are going through a pandemic, it's a global catastrophe, and we are taking precautions. We are staying in-house in our homes to remain protected because we don't have a solution against the pandemic. But this is not the first time that mankind has seen this kind of a situation. It has happened in the past. In fact, the more popular or more devastating pandemics are well known. There are chickenpox, smallpox, plague, and up to a certain extent polio also, which used to affect the infant and toddlers. But today in India, uh, we ran a successful program and we eradicated all these, at least these known pandemics. But I think I would be wrong to say that we have eradicated them because this was going on even in the past. When the chickenpox used to get, and it also spreads like the coronavirus that spreads, it spreads by human touch. So if some person gets infected with, say, chickenpox or smallpox, the humans started observing that, what happens if one guy who has, say, chickenpox, and if he survives that disease for the rest of his life, he will never get it. So it's a power of observation that when they started observing it, they realized that because one time if somebody gets infected with that disease, for rest of their life, that person becomes immune to that disease because the body itself develop the antidote and will not allow that disease to come back again. So in other words, the resilience of the body increases. So this was the observation, and obviously when ancient humans were seeing this, they would have done some experiment. So the experiments done were, they take the virus out from in chickenpox there used to be small blisters on the skin, and the concentration of the viruses which are affecting which are responsible for that disease are found in that on those blisters. So you take that blisters out from that, which is very infectious, material, and give it to a healthy man, and infecting the healthy man. Now, by doing this permutation combination, we have no record of what was going on, but by doing this permutation combination, the ancient humans, realized that if we give this disease to a certain person in limited quantity, in certain less quantity, so the person will get infected, but the body will fight that infection, and then the person is sort of inoculated for rest of the life. So he will not fully fall sick. He will probably be he will get a fever for a day or so, and then body will fight because infection is given in a limited quantity, and then the person is inoculated for life for that disease. So this is like an ancient knowledge which humans gathered, and they were able to come out with a solution. Now this particular knowledge which they got is was kept very as a closely guarded secret. It was not known to a lot of people. And in fact, in India, there is a written documentation almost like 1,000 years back about this. So for how long this was being practiced, we have no idea. The assumption is it could have been more than 2,000 years old science. And in modern world, we call it immunology. So now there's a lot of talk about finding a vaccine for the coronavirus and a lot of conversation going on about immunology. But this is not something new. This was going on for quite some time. And only mistake Indians did it, that it was kept as a secret to the high priest only, and it was passed through generation to generation. In fact, the high priest, or the person who was actually uh, who knew this knowledge, how much uh, disease to be introduced in a healthy person in order to inoculate, were being called to Middle East, to Syria, to China, and eventually this knowledge reached China, and from China and India, this knowledge reached rest of the world. So this is so amazing. When I was reading about and when I was trying to do research before I started making this video, it was so amazing that the human ingenuity is so vast, and it's not something which is related to the modernness or the modern sciences that we see. This was already known from 2,000 years back, and the humans were working on the immune system even without the modern medical systems being available. Even today, the modern science have no answer to this pandemic. What we are also speculating that some people will have, uh, natural ability to fight the infection which is caused by the virus. But we don't have data to back that up, so I will not talk about that. Now I will talk. So this is one information which I thought I'll pass on, where the immunology is it's not a new science. It's been there. The knowledge of how much and how to do this is already present, at least in certain civilizations like India and Chinese civilization. But I would like to draw another attention, which is more recent. India got independence in 1947, but these issues were there. A lot of people were dying of chicken pox and smallpox because this knowledge was sort of lost, because we were ruled by the British, and then before that there were a lot of invasions which were going on. So this knowledge was lost. So a lot of people were dying, a lot of infants were dying, and there were a lot of pandemics in India. So the Indian government decided that they want to fight these pandemics, and they decided to launch a very strong, very well organized programs in the 60s. So a lot of inoculation happened. In fact, uh, in 60s and onwards, the inoculation used to happen door to door. The medical officers used to go and each houses and inoculate people so that they don't get that infection. So 60s there was inoculation. In fact, the technology of giving these inoculation was very primitive, because they had to inoculate thousands and thousands of people, because India has a lot of people. So people who got inoculated in 60s and 70s have the scars on their arm, because that inoculation used to leave a scar. But after that, the government created a complete plan. The population today, which is born after 1980s, do not have those scars, because now it is more advanced, and there is a complete roadmap. When the child is born, up to 12 years or 15 years, there is a complete roadmap of how many shots the child has to be given. So now, in fact, every children that is born after 60 in India is covered by these inoculations. So while we are searching for the cure for the pandemic, but the Indians because we ran a very methodical and well organized plan. The Indian people, Indian government, right from 60s, they had beaten all these deadly pandemics. So is there a inherent uh, resistance to such diseases which are similar to flu and corona in Indians? We don't know. I'm just saying that Indians may be less affected by this, but we don't have any proof because the Indian people have gone through various inoculations as a mandatory exercise after 1960. Now let's talk about Iran. Iran is very badly affected. There are so many deaths. In fact, some people are saying that Iran is not revealing their numbers. So I will not get into that part. But Iran is very badly affected, even though they also had the inoculation program, a very well-defined inoculation program. But the only problem is they started their inoculation in 1984, starting with BCG and some of the other things. So their plan uh, took took in effect or basically effective from 1984 onwards. So anyone who's born after 1984 has those inoculations in Iran. So the people who are dying in Iran are basically people who did not go through the inoculation. So the older people, middle-aged people who did not have the protection of the inoculation are the infection of corona is more severe on them than as compared to people who are born after 1984. Then there are certain countries who do not have such programs because they have some of the countries have not seen these pandemics, unlike India and the Southeast Asia, where these malaria and all these things are very common. Some of the other countries who do not see these things, again, the corona or this particular COVID-19 is deadly for those countries who do not have the inoculation program against these diseases. So I'm just making an assumption. I'm not making any, I'm not making a theory. I'm just saying that these are the symptoms because none of us have these symptoms. Doctors are trying to build a medical data about how the things are, how the graph, we are talking about flattening the graph. So this is basically a medical term. But I'm just saying what I've learned after doing this study about why it is affecting certain category of people more than other category. And this is what I thought as my analytics, I thought I'll bring it to you. And with this, I will end this video, but I would like to get your comments and I would like to get your participation, get your feedback. What do you think? Does it make any sense what I have just said, or you have any of your own theory, which I would like to hear from you? Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital quotient. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of life are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access his school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now, when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So, what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So, say for example, you want to have a cup of coffee with your person. The person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future, which will provide a huddle session within your system, so on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now, this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies, which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now, we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now, this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see, there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future, there will be a lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work from home, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye, and see you next time.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac, and welcome to Legal Matters. And let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for inviting me and having me on this show.
Jeet, what we would like to discuss is something which is aware. It's a common knowledge. Everybody is aware that our constitution is an evolving constitution, and the constitution itself allows amendment to itself. So I think we would like to discuss more around this. How this mechanism works, and what was the first amendment which made the constitution the way it appears today.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely, you are right when you say that Constitution is an evolving and a living document. And when the constitution was enacted and came into existence, that is on 26th January 1950, it was a great experiment that India began with, because it was the first written constitution and one of the lengthiest constitution uh, uh, which was enacted in India. And first time we became the citizens of this great country, and the citizens and persons residing in India had the fundamental rights. So this was the first time this concept of fundamental rights, the directive principles of state policy, the this great document came into existence. So certainly that was a great day for the country, and it was a great experiment, because first time something of this nature was being adopted and was put into existence. So certainly the constitution itself provides that it should change and it should adapt with the times. And any document which is created 70, 80, or 100 years prior would certainly, with the change in time, require certain changes. And therefore there was a mechanism prescribed under the constitution itself, that in certain circumstances the constitution could be amended. But this amendment of the constitution and the powers upon the parliament were of such a nature that not in every circumstance that the constitution should be amended, not every part of the constitution that could be amended, and there were certain inbuilt restrictions. But what happened is that when it came into existence, the first year of the Supreme Court, also because of the Constitution, the Supreme Court was also constituted and came into existence in the year 1950. And the interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time with regards to the fundamental rights and certain judgments were so much in favor of the citizens, because it again tried to restrict the government from controlling the freedoms that the Constitution itself had provided. So the first of the judgments with regards to freedom of speech and expression was in the matter of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, where the government in 1950 tried to curb the freedom of press because it did not agree with the views being expressed by the media houses that were run by Romesh Thapar, who was slightly towards the left, and Brij Bhushan was another. Was the editor of another organizer who was right wing. So basically, the Congress at that time did not want right wing or left wing to be in the center, or its views were not in consonance with the views of this government. So they wanted to curb it, control it, and therefore the government of Madras came out with a circular banning the edition of Romesh Thapar in the state of Madras. And these restrictions were challenged before the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court came down heavily against the state, saying that freedom of speech and expression, you cannot control it unless it is provided under Article 19(2). So these were landmark judgments of that time, giving freedom of speech, and freedom of press was also elevated to the status of a fundamental right. So this was a major judgment which gave a major blow to the government at that time. Second was with respect to the judgment of Champakam Dorai Rajan, wherein again the communal order issued by the state of Madras, which provided for certain reservations to certain religion and certain castes, was declared to be void by the Supreme Court because it violated Article 19(2), which says that for admission in educational colleges run by the state, there cannot be any discrimination with respect to race, religion, caste, creed, etc. So having a reservation policy was not in consonance at that time with the fundamental rights. And therefore, this judgment gave a major blow, because in Madras, this circular giving reserved seats for certain religious candidates was in existence prior to independence. So there was a major uproar in state of Madras. And the third judgment was with regards to the right to property, because at that time, right to property was also a fundamental right under Article 19(1)(f) and Article 31. But because the main program of the government was with regards to the zamindari abolition and land reforms, because it wanted to distribute the land after acquiring it from zamindars to poor peasants and farmers. So this was a major program, and these zamindars also did not want to give up their land very easily. So there was a great fight between the government and the zamindars. And the Bihar state, which came out with a state land reform act in 1950, acquiring the land of the for acquisition of lands of the zamindars. The zamindars challenged that act before the Bihar Patna High Court, and Patna High Court in 1951 gave out a judgment declaring the act to be unconstitutional, because the Patna High Court believed that it was violative of Article 14 of the Constitution, which provides for equality, as different zamindars having different parcels of land were to be given different rates of compensation. So this, the Patna High Court held, was not constitutional and in violation of fundamental right to equality of the zamindars. So because it said that there cannot be a class within a class, and therefore it violated the fundamental rights of the zamindars. So this was a major blow. So government at that time had the majority, because it was the only government, the Congress had the majority. But the parliament had not come into existence by way of an elected representative, because the elections were to happen in October 1951. But the government was so furious that it did not like the interpretation given by the Supreme Court in favor of citizens, and the programs of the government were not being implemented as it wanted. And therefore, though there was a provisional parliament, and the Constituent Assembly, which had drafted the constitution, was granted that power of conducting the parliament, and that provisional parliament uh, came out with a amendment bill to the constitution, and that was the first amendment, and it was sent to the president, and Dr. Rajendra Prasad at that time objected to certain changes which were made, because the changes that it had wanted to introduce were restrict the fundamental right of freedom and expression and bring out certain more restrictions to it. The second change that it wanted was to insert Article 15, Clause 4 in the Constitution, which which would empower the state to provide for special reservations and special provisions for backward classes. And third was with respect to insertion of certain more restrictions with regards to right to property. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad, in his comments on the bill, said that it's an irony of fate that the most cherished part of the Constitution, that is fundamental rights, is the first to be assailed. So therefore, despite of objection from the president, and despite that the bill was introduced in the parliament, and after 16 days of debate, it was ultimately cleared on 18th of June 1951. But the most important and criticized move in that amendment was that it altered the basic structure of the constitution to the effect that it introduced a schedule 9 to the constitution, wherein laws could be placed. So a state legislature or a parliament could pass any law, and that law, if was placed in schedule 9 to the constitution, then the courts did not have the authority or jurisdiction to decide on its constitutionality. So this was unheard, and this was unknown to law, because you are taking away the power of the court to examine a law. And even if a law is violating fundamental rights of the citizens, despite that the courts could not hold it void. So this altered the entire structure of the constitution, the basic structure of the constitution. But despite opposition, there were few leaders who had opposed. Even Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was also the member of the drafting of the Constituent Assembly and the drafter of the Constitution. He also vehemently opposed, saying that what is this amendment that you are bringing? But then, despite opposition, the amendment was passed and cleared and came into effect on 18th June 1951. So this goes to show that if there are not certain restrictions on the power of amending the constitution, then having a majority and a government which wants its way over the rights of the citizens, then amendments of such a nature which would take away the fundamental rights could also be passed. So thereafter, in a series of judgments of the Supreme Court, this battle began with regards to the supremacy of the parliament over the Supreme Court and the constitution. And several judgments of the Supreme Court at that time were nullified by bringing these sorts of amendments with retrospective effect. And ultimately, this matter was settled by a landmark decision of the Supreme Court, a 13-judge bench decision of the Supreme Court in Keshwanand Bharti in the year 1973, wherein the Supreme Court laid down that the basic structure of the constitution cannot be changed or amended by the parliament, and that power is not with the parliament. So certain basic features of the constitution, like the preamble, the part 3 fundamental rights, uh, so these were the certain basic structures of the constitution, the judicial review. So these basic structure of the constitution could not be amended, and that power is not with the parliament, but rest of the parts of the constitution can be amended. So this is what the majority laid down in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Park. But the first amendment did bring out a lot of changes, and later on there were several amendments to the constitution. In fact, till date, there are more than 120 amendments which have been passed by the parliament with respect to the constitution in a short span of 70 years, which is unusual because we see the US constitution, which is more than 200 years old. There are not more than 27 to 28 amendments even after 200 years. So it is not to be easily amended. Only it can be amended if there are certain lacunas which the parliament feels that are required, and are of such a nature that it does not alter the basic structure. Then only a constitution can be amended.
Well, I think the two countries which were formed at the same time in 1947, which is our neighboring country called Pakistan, and whether it is the first amendment or the second one, but I think we were successfully, as a nation, were able to abolish the jamidari system, as you said. And there was a mechanism which was also, I've heard from my forefathers that if there is a labor and he can show the payment receipt, the land will be his. And that is a kind of system that they came up with to bring equality. Otherwise, it was more of a feudalistic society. So I'm very happy that, in the neighboring country, the evolution of society has happened in a feudal manner. If you look at Pakistan, they were never able to demolish the Zamindari system, and their whole politics and the entire social fabric is based on feudalism, whereas India has evolved. But because of this first amendment, what is your opinion? Did it change the way we do governance, or did it had any major impact on our governance systems?
So yes, so with respect to our neighboring country, yes, you are right. We could abolish the zamindari system and also give land to the peasants and farmers who were tilling the land on that day, because otherwise there were big zamindars who were exploiting these farmers and peasants. So rather than a feudalistic society, we have certainly evolved and given the poor farmers the right over their property. So certainly that was a major victory. But what was a little disturbing aspect of that amendment was taking away the judicial review, because Schedule 9, inserting Schedule 9 and saying that any act, even if it violates fundamental right, would be out of judicial review, was not in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So ultimately, yes, the economic social policy of the government in abolishing the zamindari system, it was successful. But taking away the judicial review, the power of the Supreme Court to examine the law, was something which was extremely disturbing. And later on, it was rectified by the Supreme Court in the landmark judgment of Keshwanand Bharti. But it took 23 years, because from 1951 to 1974, there were several acts which were placed in Schedule 9. And Supreme Court also in 74 said that all acts till date placed cannot be judged, but any act after 1974 is placed into Schedule 9, then it can be decided by its constitutionality can be decided, and if it violates fundamental rights, then it can be declared to be unconstitutional. So that was a landmark decision. But till that time, taking away judicial review was not something in consonance with the spirit of the Constitution. So that is the one aspect which disturbed the governance at that time. But yes, the abolition of zamindar system was, the government was successful.
And also the reservation, because the reservation was also implemented, and we have the reservation applicable till today. So I think these two things which were very important. um, However, I think you made a very good point, very pertinent point, that anything that we come up with, any amendment to the constitution, should be open to judicial review. And I think you're right by saying that before this landmark judgment of 1973, the highest number of amendments were done during that time, and after that 73, the amendments you mentioned about 100 and odd amendments, but I think those are fewer than what was done before that 73 judgment, isn't it?
Yeah, so around 43 to 44 amendments were passed till 77, 78, and 44th amendment, which took away the right to property from the part 3 of the constitution, and it was brought into another as a constitutional right under article 300A. But yes, so right to property was one of the most amended provisions in the constitution. It went through a lot of amendments in order to ensure that the zamindar system is abolished and the land reforms program of the government is implemented. But
Excellent.
with respect to yes, yes. But with respect
Sorry.
to reservation, what the Supreme Court said, it cannot be on religious lines. But certain backward classes, the reservation could be there, and it was always there under the Constitution, and even the constitutional debates provided for the reservation policy. So,
Absolutely.
but that judgment was yes, correct.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you put the whole perspective very correctly, and I think in a very simple terms. And all Indians, all of us should know what has happened from 1951, and how government acted, and what is the state of affairs today, so that we are more aware of our legal rights and duties. So, thank you very much for explaining the first amendment, which was made in 1951 to our constitution in so much of detail.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
So we will catch up again next week in legal matters. Until then, I'll say goodbye to you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and today we would like to touch upon a business subject. And the subject is like this: when we set up our company, we actually spend a lot of our own efforts and revenue in building the company, building the product line, building the team, etc., and do not focus too much on the sales and marketing setup, which is basically the prime cause why we started the company in the first place. If there is no sales and marketing, there will be no revenue, there'll be no business, there'll be no company. But 90% of these chief executives do not focus on building this right from day one. And that becomes a second step for the chief executives. To discuss this aspect further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it's an interesting subject in many respects because when you're first starting in a company, you're an entrepreneur. You're thinking of something that may be different to anybody else doing it. And if it's not different from anybody else, it's doing something better than somebody else. So, for instance, we see lots of people create an online shop and they sell lots of things. And some people do it better than others. Why is that? Why is it that some people do it better than others? Because that's the fundamental question we need to be asking here. And it's primarily because they have a sales and marketing hat. So shall we explain what this sales and marketing hat is? Because it's really fundamental to the whole reason why you're in business. It's actually putting yourself out there as a customer and looking at your company, your products, your services as a customer would look at them. Because that's what good sales and marketing people do. They go and solve a problem for somebody else. If they don't know what the problem is, they don't know what they're solving. So what we need to be doing is asking the simple question, am I solving a problem? If so, what problem is it? Now, there's nothing difficult in that, is there, CK?
Well, it's not difficult, but from my own experience, I feel that almost 60 to 70% of the chief executive do not even know the difference between what is sales and what is marketing. And they put everything in one bucket. And since they are not very comfortable with this, and it's sort of a taboo among some of the people, they tend not to focus on it, and they spend all of their revenue, all of their savings and time and effort on building a product, building a company, building a team, without the knowledge of how they are going to sell it once the product is ready, once the services is ready. They don't really focus on it. And there is other side of few characters who then also say that, I will engage with somebody and I will just pay him 2% and he will bring orders to me. So I think there are these two kinds of people which are in always in dilemma in their mind, not having very good clarity between sales and marketing and why they are in business in the first place. I think that is what uh, I expect you to clarify to the viewers today.
When you were mentioning about they'll find salespeople or commission-based people so they can sell it for them, I reflected immediately on about 20 inquiries on LinkedIn that asked me to connect over the last week. And each one of those inquiries is trying to sell something to me. And when they realize that I'm not interested in what they have to sell, and I'm very polite, I don't normally dismiss them out of hand. I will say I'm really not interested in that, but there's lots of people that would be. Immediately they turn around and said, well, if you refer us, they'll give you, we give you a commission. And this is an automatic response, and it's the automatic response of a lot of people that really don't understand about relationships. Because if I've got a really good relationship with you, CK, anything you do out there, I'll send it to other people. I'll say, I really think you should be looking at this arena. I really think you should be taking this into consideration. In other words, focusing other people on what you have. That doesn't mean that I want a payment for it. In fact, it means the opposite. It means I want people to take action on some of the advice I'm giving, because in some respects, they know me, they're following me, they have a relationship with me. And if I'm trying to impart some friendly advice and just saying, look at this over here, I think that's really going to help you. Or have you thought of this? This might help you. Just trying to nudge them into thinking for themselves. I mean, that's my day job, frankly. Some people call me the CEO nudger because I do try and nudge people to just think for themselves. I mean, of course I have an opinion. Not just opinion about what I do, but about what you do. But unless you really want it, or you want me to coach you or mentor you about it, I'm not going to give it. I'll just give you, my thoughts on a subject. And I think this is where a lot of people need to start to be a little bit more focused about what they're doing. Why are they doing it? You have some great products and services, but if your audience isn't listening and not buying, then you've got the message wrong. So now what we need to do is work out what the message is. And there's a really simple way how we can work out what that message is. I'm going to put you on the spot, CK, all right? The simplest way of finding out if your message is right, what would you do?
Well, I think the simplest way is talk to my 10 of my closest friends.
There you go. There you go. Ask somebody. It's really simple, and it's the entrepreneur's delight, because as soon as you realize that all you've got to do is ask, and ask in an open and honest way, I really want your help. You know, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Or if this came to you, you know, what would you think? And your friends, as you said, you go to your 10 of your closest friends, because your friends, hopefully, will tell you the truth. They won't tell you what you want to hear. If they're telling you what you want to hear, go back to them and say, you're not really being friendly. You're just making me feel good. You know, frankly, make me feel uncomfortable. Be honest with me. And a lot of people just can't do that, and they can't ask the question, and they can't take the feedback. And it's all about asking the question, having that relationship, asking the question. Let me give you an example. A really good friend of mine is trying to promote a new website out there. It's a really important website for everybody, absolutely everybody. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it would be important for everybody to take into consideration. The background for the website is black. And I mean pitch black. And it's got white words on it. And it's got very, let's say, coding type style. So, for instance, if you were to write down protocol in a coding type style, you would look at some hieroglyphics, which you would work out to mean protocol. It would say protocol, but it's not using the word, the letters, protocol. Okay. And therefore it makes it difficult, and it's hard work. And that feedback has been given, and there's been no action. They've just kept with it. And the interesting thing is, it's feedback from several thousand people, but they've taken no action. So if you want feedback and take feedback, then take action. Now, they may have 400,000 or 500,000 people signing up with absolutely no problem. I don't know that, okay? But I do know the feedback from several thousand people who are saying, it's black. Why am I interested? It's not exciting. It doesn't reach out to me and grab me. And the words that they're using, well, I can understand what the letters are, but English isn't my first language. English is my second language. And I'm struggling with what these hieroglyphics are. So that is really the essence. It's finding out who your audience is and giving them what they want. Now, that can't be too difficult, can it?
Well, people don't have that mindset because I will tell you exactly. If maybe it is very peculiar here in this part of the world where I see most of the techies are taking a leap into an entrepreneur journey. And since they are techie from the point they started their career, they don't know what to do about making a positioning, making an elevator page, making a CRM, making a client list, etc. So they don't even bother about it. And once they are in their journey of about 6 to 7 months, then they start thinking about sales and starting finding who could be probably buying their services. But by the time they have already sunk in $1 million in their business, they have no money to hire a smart salesperson who can drive that strategy, and they're already late. So I see this quite often, at least in this market. But I also know for sure that it must be a global phenomenon. People don't have that mindset to basically start becoming salesy in nature rather than techie in nature.
No, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, we do need a lot of technical solutions. I mean, I've seen some really good software solutions, or SaaS, as we might call it, software as a service solution. But they don't know how to market it. They're so close to it. They say, oh, you really should be doing this. Why? It's not good enough because I don't know you to tell me you really should be doing this. And it's no good enough for because I'm the sort of person that might be listening and asking you the question, well, why should I be listening? Why should I be doing this? And a lot of that is nudging. It's nudging back. And it's actually trying to get people to think with their next conversation. And we see this on LinkedIn all the time. You know, I saw your profile and we've got lots of connections. Well, I've got something like 12 odd thousand connections. I mean, do I know them all? Do I know all the ones that you're telling me that I'm supposed to know? And they're reading into this that they know them all. And then when you ask the question, well, do you know all yours? And the answer is, well, I only know the people I sell to, which is quite crazy. Well, you may as well just take all the rest off the list. Because if they're not interesting, no point in having a relationship. And it's going back to this word relationship, you know. We forget sales and marketing up front as entrepreneurs, but we shouldn't forget it because ultimately the business is only going to be in existence if you have something called turnover and there's a number by the side of it. So if you think of your profit and loss statement, or if you can't think that far, think about income and expenditure, 2 columns. Okay. And on the income side, it has to be sale. Sale, 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 sale. And it's just got 1 column. And each row says a sale, a sale, a sale, a sale. And your expenditure side, well, there's lots of rows, lots of different rows. Pamphlets, flyers, printing, business cards, meetings, telephone calls, you know, broadband, flights, travel, entertainment. There's lots of lines on the expenditure side, but there's only one on the income side called sales. And we just need to focus on that word sale. Why will people buy from me if I have a Me Too product? And that's not a problem, actually. We suggest not have a Me Too product, but you differentiate yourself by saying, well, you might buy it from over here, but this is what we do. And focus on what you do. Why would someone come to you? What are your customers saying about you? As in TripAdvisor, and you and I have this conversation from time to time, as in TripAdvisor, a lot of people leave a comment about a great hotel, we'll be going back next year, already booked. And other people will say, the food was horrible, the service was worse, I'll never go back in a month of Sundays. You know, everyone has an opinion. You've just got to be smart enough to ask your customers, what's your opinion? And honest enough to take the feedback that they're giving you. And remember, people typically will be honest with you if you don't know them, because there's no comeback. You know, all they are is an avatar on a screen, typically, or on the back end of an email, or on a Twitter survey, or on an Instagram. You know, this was the dinner last night. This is what our residents said about it. It is so easy to put yourself out there and get feedback. So why don't we do it? That's the thing today. Get out there, start selling to people that you've never, ever heard of before. Get their feedback. If you like this, would you say something about it? Try this for free. You know, our TV is inundated with all these new mattresses that are coming out. You know, it's so good. We give you a 6-month money back offer. How are you confident enough in your business to do that? I'm not saying you should do it, but have you got the confidence to say it?
Well, I think for doing all of these different techniques, and there are different thousands other techniques also to build your brand presence, I think it's a specialized skills. And if you don't have it, in fact, one of my boss used to say that I know for sure, I'm not very good in sales and marketing, but I can hire the best sales and marketing person. And that kind of clarity that person had, and he built a very good global world class company, sold it off to another world class company, and so on, and he moved on. He made a lot of money, and he always had his eye on the revenue, even though he was not a very smart salesperson, but he had best salesperson hired for that company. So I think the clarity as a chief executive should be there, that rather motivation. I think from your narration, I'm getting this feeling that people should be motivated to do sales, and if they are not motivated, they should hire someone to do that for them, do all these activities for them. So if there is a discount coupons to be launched, you need a specialized team to do that. It's not something that you say from your mouth and some 10 people will listen and then buy the discount. It has to be, there is a process. So the process needs to be followed. And that is why, I see most of the salespeople not being hired by these startup companies. And because of that, I compare startups with coffee shops. The coffee shop fail in their first year of their starting, similar to any startup. They fail within first year of their starting. So because they don't focus on how to make revenue, they focus on, hey, this is a very good product, and I'm going to make this product, millions will download it, and after a couple of years Microsoft will come and acquire me. It's just a dream, which maybe I mean, people will have a lot of good products, but until unless you make noise in the market, nobody will know that the same product is there. And at the same time, you're not unique. There are 7 billion people on earth. While you start developing that product, there'll be someone in Croatia, could be someone in Greece, there could be someone in UK working on the same plan. So by the time you're ready, there could be somebody who's already doing sales and marketing. He's already building his backbone to launch his company, and he's already taken a leap. So first mover advantage will be given to the person who's already got 100 clients. So I think it's like that, Neville. And I really appreciate you coming and telling us about motivation. I think the people should be motivated to do sales and marketing, if especially when they are launching their companies.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the interesting thing here is, without an income, you have no company. Anyone can give things away for nothing. I'm at a point in my life where I give lots of things away because I don't need the income. I'm not even looking for an income stream. I want you to be successful. I want you to think about where you're going with your organization. And that's the key. No income, no company. It's as fundamental as that. Even a charity, no income, no company. Even if the income is coming from donations, it's still an income. It's still a donation. Why are people giving it to you? And that's the key. And you're absolutely right, CK. I know very few entrepreneurs that are very good at selling. Unless they're actually in selling, they're not very good at selling. They're very good at telling a story, which is good enough in some respects to get some sales. But the real companies, and you mentioned the coffee shop, okay? The coffee shop is all about footfall. It's all about where you are in your marketplace, the physical location of the coffee shop. We have seen during the pandemic where, although coffee shops can't sell for people to sit down, there is a takeaway service and there's also a delivery service. And some really smart people have turned into that delivery service because people are now, some people are frightened to go out, even those that go into offices. They would much rather someone deliver lunch to them than they would go out and choose which lunch to go and buy. Two things: the number of choices have been reduced considerably because there aren't that many shops that open. But more importantly, people are scared to literally go past the front door. So those companies that have been really successful have focused on their customer. What does the customer want? What's the customer feeling? Well, the customer's feeling pretty much like I'm feeling at the moment. We're in lockdown. You know, can I go to the shops? No. Where can I get my stuff? Online. This is not rocket science. So those that have developed an online service, so it's not like an online product in an online service, have been the ones that have really won in this situation. It's not the bricks and mortar that's won. It's the thought processes of the individuals living in the bricks and mortar that have won. It's the real entrepreneurs that are out there, the ones that are thinking about their customer. And that's the message for today, really. Just turn your motivation away from being about me and about being about your company. What's important for your company are customers. What are they thinking? What do they want? Why do they want it? How do they want it? When do they want it? How often do they want it? And then you'll start to think about all those questions that are going through your customer's mind. You know, we deliver within an hour. That's a pretty good phrase, isn't it? And if you're on the high street and you say, if you're in a 1 mile radius, we deliver within the hour. And why can you say that? Well, you can walk to this other company and back within an hour. You know, even short paces, it's a 40-minute return. You can do 20 miles, you can do 1 mile in about 20 minutes. And not only that, it's quite healthy. You know, and when you're going and making that delivery, you know, have a big placard with you on the side. You know, we deliver locally. Have pamphlets with you where you're handing it out to people along the way. We deliver locally. And believe you me, these are not thoughts coming out of my head. This is what I've seen people do. Now that's true entrepreneurship. That's thinking about your business, making a difference. So today it's about motivating yourself to get your business moving and just thinking like a customer.
Absolutely, Neville. These are very powerful advices that you have given us, and I think more and more chief executive must think about sales and marketing, building their business from ground up. And I think they should start their sales and marketing engine even before they start investing money in building their services. That is very important. That's the message I get. And with this message, I will close the discussion today with a request from all the chief executives to get motivated towards sales and marketing. So thank you so much, Neville, for joining us today. We will catch up again tomorrow on something more interesting.
My pleasure, CK. Have fun, everybody. It's only Monday.
Bye-bye. Friends, as we all know that Russia has signed an agreement with India about supply of air defense system known as S-400. This system is so advanced, it can actually track drones, aircraft, ballistic missiles, fighter aircraft, rockets, and intercept them in midair. And the range of this S-400 air protection system is about 380 kilometers. So you can not only detect using the radar, very advanced radar is fitted into this system, but you can also eliminate the threat which is entering India. Well, our arch rival in the region, which is China, which has become lately, they have already deployed two battalions, two batteries of the same system which they got from Russia. India has got it, and even though United States have threatened to put sanctions on India, India has acquired this state-of-the-art and some says that this is the best mechanism, best missile system to protect your borders. The deployment has started today, and by January next year, some of these batteries will be operational. And as you know that India has two very vital borders, which is facing China as well as facing Pakistan. So we have in case of a battle, there is a situation which will become like a two-front war, and that is why acquisition of this protection system was very, very important for India. And to understand this more holistically, this missile system has a very advanced radar which can also map the incoming aircraft or incoming missile systems radar. So this is one of the reasons that it is this system is so effective. It can actually track, even though your aircraft is a stealth aircraft like F-35 of United States, it can still monitor that aircraft even though it is not visible on the radar, but S-400 radar can detect it and eliminate it. And this is the reason that US is very unhappy, and they have already put sanctions against China and also against Turkey. Well, Turkey has not got S-400, but Turkey got eliminated from F-35 program, even though Turkey is one of the biggest ally of NATO, but they got eliminated from F-35 because of this thing that the enemy can track the F-35 radar systems, and S-400 will become operational. So China is already sanctioned, but India is very hopeful that they will not attract sanctions from the Biden administration, simply because of the two front war and the geopolitical situation of India. India need to protect its border and its territory and also its people. So that is why S-400 is very, very vital for national security. The deployment is going to start from now, and the whole system will be operational. Once this is in operation, it will be able to eliminate targets starting from 120 kilometers to 150, 250, and finally 380. So there are multiple grading system which the protection system umbrella, as we call it, is uses. Depending on how fast the target is, it can find out various elimination points and fire the adequate rockets. Interesting thing is this system can also protect Indian borders from the threat of intermediary supersonic ballistic missiles, which which usually fly 4 to 5 times the speed of sound. So this missile system can identify those threats also and eliminate. So I think this is a major acquisition for India. The deployment has started as of today, will be operational by January, February next year. And China has already deployed 2 batteries of the system to prevent Indian aircraft entering their borders. So we need to do the same thing in order to maintain the balance. So friends, do write in your comments about this major development in our country, in our region, and I will respond to each one of you. And I'll catch you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and I am Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Have you ever wondered that you're working as a chief executive, C-suite executive, and your team does not respect you? It is a very big question, and I want to give you 5 ideas, 5 recipes to solve this problem. Also, we will understand why this is happening, why your team members, your employees do not respect you? So the first reason is that you have set your expectations from yourself very, very high, and you have created a sort of an image around yourself that you can accomplish anything, and that leads to some sort of unrealistic expectations from your team. They think that you have answered to everything. You are a senior member, you are the team leader, you are a vice president or a chief executive officer, and you can do miracles. You are a wonderful person. And what happens is when you actually sometimes do not achieve what your employees perceive you to achieve, then obviously the respect level will slightly reduce, because they thought that you are a superhuman, but it turns out that you are just a human like them. So I think the first thing that you should do as a team leader, as a boss, is to never set unrealistic expectations from you. I mean, if you could do everything, then why you need your people? So the very fact that you are hiring a team means that obviously you cannot do everything. That is why you're hiring experts, you are conducting interview, you are doing background checks, and you select the right team which is capable of working towards a goal for which you are also working. So you are one part of a team which you have handpicked, selected, and you should never create an expectation that you are a superhuman, so that the people start looking at you as if as a piggyback sort of a thing, that hey, if I can't achieve anything, I will go to the boss and he will be able to do it. So this kind of thing is very, very risky, and that is why I'm bringing this point as first, because many of my industry colleagues commit this mistake by transforming themselves into superhuman, and they actually create an aura in the organization that you're the boss, you can accomplish everything, and you have answer for everything. So that is the point number one. Point number two, why your employees may not respect you or give you a proper respect, because you feel that your designation brings the power and authority. You are called vice president and you are called a president or a CEO. Automatically, your designation should bring certain level of respect. And if this is what your idea is, then obviously people, who doesn't want to get that respect? If you are a manager in the company, the manager also expect that automatically, since I'm the manager, I should get that respect. If I'm a vice president, I should get that respect. So nothing comes in this world automatically. You have to live up to it. You have to, as people say, you have to earn the respect. So the designation will not bring any respect automatically to you until unless you show to the team that you are out there, you are helping them, you are not creating an authoritative environment, you're not misusing the power, and you're just like a normal human being, and since you're the team leader, you are actually leading from the front. And if you are able to do that, lead the business pursuits from the front, then obviously you start demanding respect. In fact, you don't have to even demand respect, it will be given to you automatically. You will see that if you lead the team from the front, a lot of your team members will respect that, and they will know that you have the capability, and you are not merely a title. You have the capability of doing things, and you can do it on your own. So my advice is that whenever you are leading a team, you should not carry a team target on your head. You should actually carry two targets on your head. One is your individual target, and other will be your team target. So your target will be cumulative of your individual target and your team target, so that you have something to showcase also to your team, to your peers, to your bosses, and to yourself. And this is one method of you can not become very authoritative, and you actually showcase, you have an opportunity now to showcase that, hey, I'm managing this account on my own, I don't need any help from my team. And you divide the territory into teams and let them do their individual responsibility. So I think that's one method which I thought I'll share with you. And this is number 2. The team may not respect you if you are misusing your designation, your title, which is just merely a title. Number 3 reason is you actually use scare tactics. You do not empower your team members, and you use this scare tactics. That means if somebody comes back to you with a problem, you're always, there are 2 methods in which you can react. One is, since you have set up the expectation as per point 1, that you have answered to everything, you have set up that expectation that, this person I have hired as a manager in my team, he should know the answer. So why is coming to me? Number 2 is you can get annoyed, and you then start screaming, shouting, or even if you don't scream and shout, you create an environment which is using the scare tactics, that if you go and annoy this boss of mine, then I will have to bear the consequences. So this is one area which you need to rectify. Never use scare tactics as the management as a management skill. It is not advisable. And as far as possible, empower your employees. I'll tell you exactly why this is important. When you actually hire a team, or if the team is given to you, you will actually interview each and every person in your team, and you will select that, okay, this person can work for me for this job, this person can do this job, and so on and so forth. So you have a team which is based on your interview, your selection process, your ideas, how you want your team target and your individual targets to be achieved. And for that you have a team which you have selected. Now once you have done this due diligence, and then after that you don't trust your team, you do not empower, then the whole idea of selecting your team goes for a toss. It's a wasted effort. So I think that is why you should never get into scare tactics, and you should always have empowerment given to your employees, because you have hired them for this activity so that you can do something else. If your team can handle things without you being watchful or doing things like that, then you can do something else, something more positive, something more strategic in nature. So that this is a point number 3. Point number 4 is about the promises, and this subject is related to actually building trust with your team. So if you make a promise, you should never break that promise. And when your team says that, hey, you made the promise and you never follow through. So for example, if you made a promise and then you forget about it in your mind, but your employees will not forget about it, because you have made that promise and you're also not following up. That means you made a false promise, and after a few days your employee knows, but you don't even follow through. So I think it is about building trust with your team, so that when you promise something, whether it is related to their finances or even helping them with their work, you have given them a target. Sometimes they may turn towards you asking for help, some sort of idea, and you say, okay, I will provide you some sort of support, and then you forget about it. That is a very, very wrong thing to do. I will give you one example. Now, one of your team member is working in an account, and the CEO of that account happens to be your personal friend. So your employee, your manager thinks that, hey, if I actually leverage the relationship between you and the client's CEO, that will help the manager close the deal faster. So he will approach with that kind of a help to you, asking that, hey, can you put a word so that I can do, go ahead and do my sale. Now, you may have different ideas, you may have something else in your mind, and suppose you say, yes, yes, I will connect you with this person so that, you go and close the deal. But you forget about it, and you don't even consider this as an important activity. And this has nothing to do with your the employees' finances. This is just helping your organization close deals with another organization which your employee thinks strategically in his mind, but you have forgotten about that after you have made that promise. So I think this is something very, very important. The people will stop trusting you, and also stop not respecting you if you actually break your promise, and also even if you make promise and do not follow through. So whenever you make promise, always follow through. It is a good practice not to make too many promises until unless you are very sure. You can always take time. Suppose somebody asks for something, you can always say that, hey, I will get back to you. Let me get back to you, and give me some time to think over it. Leave the idea with me. You can always say that rather than making a promise and then forgetting about it and not following through. So this is something which is absolutely important, and it is related to trust. And since we're talking about trust, you are a sort of a boss who never trusts his team. You have an idea that you have a certain style of working. Because you have done things in life, you have a lot of experience, certain thing works, certain thing doesn't work. You already have that preconceived mind, and you may be right also about it. But when you've hired a team, because you can't be everywhere, you can't be omnipresent, you can't work like a god. So that is why you're building your team, so that you can spread out and you can do much more strategic things. But in your mind, you think that your team is always doing something wrong. Your team is always taking wrong steps. You do not have any trust on your team. In the previous example, I was talking about building trust from the other way. That means your employees start trusting you. In this one, you don't have trust on your team. Now, this is after having hired the person. That means you have gone through the background of this person whom you have hired, and now you don't trust these people. You always have this idea, oh, these guys are doing something wrong. Even if you don't know, you have this idea lingering in your mind in the background that something must be going wrong somewhere. And that is why you don't have a trust. So I think this is something which is, again, the most important, which I kept it for the last, because having trust on your team is absolutely important. Once you have hired them, once you have given them a task, leave the task with them, because you may have experience, you may know the solution of that problem, you may know the process, you may also know how to get it. But since you have a team, let them do it their way, and you help them. You can give them small advices, but don't interfere, because each person will have his own method of achieving the task. And you have, you basically give them empowerment. You also give them your trust, so that team member will feel that you don't become you're not a micromanager. This is a very, very difficult subject, and we are not covering this micromanagement in this video today. But this is sort of a micromanagement syndrome, where you always think in your mind that your team is doing something wrong somewhere, and if I do it on my own, then I can do it in 3 days. I think that is not the way it should work. You should empower your team, and that way, when the team sees that you have empowered them and you're not interfering, you are leaving them, they will also get, they will also start thinking in a very pragmatic way that, I have to get this thing done, because my boss has given me everything. He has empowered me. Now I have to achieve it. So these are the 5 points which I thought I will bring it to you. Very, very important. Very, very important, especially today, in today's world, when people are moving towards digital platform, and you don't get to even see your employees. You know, you're connected through them, through their digital media, and you always have this question running in your mind: hey, what my team is doing. So I think these are the 5 steps which will help the C-suite, chief executives, managers, vice presidents, and presidents. This is basically for people who are managing these teams. If they do these 5 tips that I've given, they will be very successful in gaining the trust and respect of their team. So friends, before I go, I like to give a big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this video. Actually, their support helps us make these informative and knowledge-based videos. So in the end, a word from them.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Friends, Ravan is a very important character from our mythology, from our history, and from our religion. Ram fought Ravana and defeated him as a demon king. And therefore, Ravana's role in our history is anti-Ram. There are more than 1.5 billion Hindus who believe in Hinduism. They believe that Lord Ram is our ultimate God. And because of Lord Ram, we have Bharat as a country, India as a country. And many people may not know, Ravana was born somewhere in North India, and so his wife, Queen Mandodari, Ravan was born in a village near Meerut, today's Meerut, and Mandodari was born in an area which is very close to Jaisalmer. And then they moved south and they created an empire which even gods were afraid of. He had such huge technology, access to technology. He could, in not only in terms of weaponry, but also in terms of transportation, and also there are description of levitation. He could move mountains by simply doing a levitation device. So they had a huge technology and so much power in terms of their strength, military might, that even gods were afraid of Ravana. It is described very clearly and very vividly that Ravan had the power to travel across dimensions and also across any part of the world faster than speed of light travel, and he could return back in the same time. At the same time, he had another type of aircraft which could fly at the speed of thought. So if you think, hey, I want to go to moon, and it will just appear, you will appear, your craft will travel so fast that it will reach moon as soon as you stop thinking about it. So the craft could travel by the speed of thought. It is an amazing technology, and that is why he is also known as aviator, because he had 3 to 4 different categories of aircraft with him. And we are not talking about the weapon machinery. He had the cloaking devices with him. He could disappear, appear out of nowhere, etc. But in terms of these aircraft, he's definitely had very advanced technology, and he is also known as aviator. He could fly in different dimensions, cloak in his aircraft, with his aircraft inside, with he and his sons inside him, inside the aircraft, and he could appear also anywhere in any part of the earth or any part of universe. So this is something which is very very thought provoking, and unfortunately for the last 1000 years not much of research being done in terms of finding more about this technology. And when Ram fought Ravan and he defeated Ravan, so it means that Ram, who actually hailed from a place called Ayodhya, he had a better technology than Ravan. That is why he was able to defeat Ravan. So I think we need more evidence. Is that we had the technology and now we are trying to reinvent the wheel again? And 7 to 8 thousand years back, we had different kinds of aircraft, different kinds of propulsion system, different kinds of weapons, etc. Are we trying to reinvent? So I think this is something which needs to be answered. And because this part of the world was colonized, and systematically either the evidence were not searched or the evidence were destroyed, either case I think we need to go down deep into this aspect and find out what is the reality, because this is a major part of our upbringing, major part of uh, our history, and we should get the myth out of the mythology, because people say that Raman and Ram were mythological character, but it's not true. It is definitely not true. So we need to get this myth out of it and get into a realistic world. And that is why Sri Lankan government has recognized, now Sri Lanka is an independent country now. Earlier it was part of Bharat, but they have recognized that it is their heritage, and they want to find out more facts about Rama, because he actually had a capital in that part of the world. So they have started archaeological research on this very subject about the aviation technology of Ravan. They have also invited the Indian government, which is basically the Archaeological Survey of India, to join this research to find out the facts, to get to bring Ravana's technology to life. And a lot of people are doing research, like Egyptians are doing research. Why not India and Sri Lanka together? So that research is going to start now, and I think people must know the truth about what was going on, how humans had the technology which we are trying to reinvent now, and especially in this part of the world, the humans were very advanced. They had the technology to travel through wormholes, through different dimensions, and anti-gravity devices, uh, flying at very high speed, faster than light, etc., which we are trying to still find out. So I think out of the blue, somebody cannot write stories like that 7,000 years back. So we need to do research, we need to find evidence so that this can be proved eventually to the rest of the world that this technology existed 10,000 years back, and we are now trying to reinvent. Friends, do let me know what you think about it. Engage with me with your thoughts, and we can have a discussion. and I will catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Akul Mac Multiverse. And in today's edition, we would like to discuss more about the ISRO plans for next 5 years. And friends, as you know, that ISRO is already planning very ambitious projects. They are planning a trip to Venus. Then they are going to revisit the Moon mission, which is number 3, and they are also planning a Mars mission. But above all, they are going to send men to the space. So this uh, project is called Gaganyaan, and as you know, Gaganyaan actually means sky vehicle. And this basically is going to be an orbiter where 3 astronauts will from India, totally Indian trained astronauts and Indian region will travel on their spacecraft to space and orbit for about a week. So ISRO is already building aircraft, and they are actually preparing the whole thing in such a way that the 3 astronauts can do various activities while in space, and probably they will also try and dock the Indian space aircraft with the International Space Station as per the design. As you can see the design which is floating around in the net and shared by ISRO, it looks like it has a docking station as well. So the big question is, well, ISRO will plan a spacewalk mission also. So we will analyze this in today's discussion. So in order to have a successful space walk from the spacecraft, that means the astronauts will have to go out of the spaceship and then perform certain scientific experiments. There are two important things which are required. One is the spacesuit, and number two is the airlock. So we will discuss one by one. Uh, the spacesuit which is required for the space for the walk outside the spacecraft is it's a very specialized equipment, and it is similar to almost like another small spacecraft. Why? Because when the human being is stepping out of the closed, confined, or a protected environment from the spacecraft outside the spacecraft, the human being is subjected to a lot of harsh space weather. So when I say space weather, it is like the the surface which is facing the sun may heat up to plus 400 degrees centigrade, and which is in the shadow, which is like our back, will freeze to minus 160 and or probably minus 180 degrees centigrade. So you see, these are the very peculiar space weather, and in order to protect the human being in the space weather, you need to protect the space suit itself. So that is one aspect of protecting the humans in space. Number two is there is a absolutely zero pressure in space. So, and you need air to breathe and also to create pressure. So this whole suit will be pressurized. And number three is it has to be operational in the zero gravity environment, because outside the spacecraft there will be zero gravity. Inside also there is zero gravity, but outside primarily the movement of the astronaut should also happen. It should not happen that his movements are restricted. So if his movements are restricted, then the astronaut will not be able to perform any scientific experiment. So considering these three major requirements, the spacesuit which is required for spacewalk are very specialized and requires years of research and many trials for that environment. And both Russia and Americans have done this, and even Chinese have done this, and now the India has two options. One is that they can buy the spacesuit, or two, they can do a lot of research and develop their own. So why not? I mean, India has all the capabilities to develop their own, but it takes time. And what are the dates for sending the Gaganyaan to space? There is first mission planned unmanned in December 2021, and there will be one more mission unmanned subsequently. And the date, which looks like, as per ISRO, is sometime in 2022, where the three astronauts will fly and then uh, go to lower Earth orbit and probably dock with the International Space Station. We don't know. We are not confirming it. We are just saying that because, as per the design of the spacecraft, it looks like it has a docking station. So since they are planning and providing a docking station, I'm assuming they will try and dock the Indian spacecraft with the International Space Station. However, spacewalk does not look viable from my point of view, simply because we do not have the spacesuit which is specifically required for spacewalk. That means it should be like a mini spacecraft itself. And the spacecraft has such protective walls, and it protects the astronauts from space radiation as well as solar wind, and also other elements which are prevalent in the outer space. So the small spacecraft, which is the space suit for venturing out in the space, requires years or years of R&D, material science, research and development, and also the scientific research in terms of how they will protect the human when he or she steps out of the spacecraft from the solar radiation, and also adequately have a movement so that they can work outside and carry out certain experiments. So this is problem number one. That means we require a space suit capable of doing spacewalk, which we do not have. Number two requirement is the airlock. Now, why airlock is so important? It is because when you actually open the spacecraft in order to step out of the spacecraft, the entire spacecraft will get depressurized. So when I say depressurized, it actually means that there will be no atmosphere left in the spacecraft, and that will not be very livable after that if you open the door of the spacecraft. So that is why there is a very specialized equipment, and this equipment is quite strong and quite specialized, and that is the airlock. And airlock usually has two sections, two doors, basically very strong doors. One is inside the spacecraft, the other one opens out in the space, and in between in the area is called preparatory chamber, where the pressure is equalized with the spacecraft pressure, and then the inner door is opened. The space man will astronaut will then step into that inner segment, close the door behind him, and then before opening the outer door, the the section of the space, the airlock is depressurized. That means all the air is taken out from there, so that when you open the door, there is no sudden depressurization, so that no damage is done to the spacecraft. The space locks are very, very powerful, very strong walls, devices, which from the design which are published so far by ISRO, it doesn't look that they are actually giving a airlock into the system. They are probably giving a docking station to dock with something, but they are not adding the airlock in their spacecraft, because the design will then completely undergo a major change, and then it will also become very heavy. So I'm assuming that from the information available right now, the Gaganyaan will not perform any spacewalk maneuvers, primarily because of these two reasons. There is no spacesuit, and right now, and this airlock. So because of the absence of these two equipment, we may not experience the spacewalk being done by Indian astronaut. But who knows? These are not something which are so difficult. If enough time is given to ISRO, they will develop their own airlock systems, and also the spacesuit required for venturing outside in the open space. So probably after the first Gaganyaan, we will probably see more scientific exploration of space by the Indian astronaut. And by the way, ISRO also is planning their own space station uh, in next 10 years. So I think the whole preparation will start by sending the Gaganyaan in 2022, and after that we will see lots of development by ISRO in leaps and bounds. So friends, write to me and engage with me in terms of what you feel about this information which I provided, and I will then interact with you. Or probably based on your answer, I will get you live in my next show so that we can discuss together on this. Until then, I will say goodbye for today.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies, and you are welcome to our show, Great Kings of India. Today, we have an eminent historian, Mrs. Meeta Joshi, who is a head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College at Hyderabad. And today, we'll be discussing another interesting king of our history. So, welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, Mitaji. And as you know, that we'll be discussing about Dynasty Empire, and which is a Magda empire controlled by controlled at north, central, eastern India, as well as part of northwest, now Pakistan. So we'd like to listen, and our viewers will also like to know about the great kings who established this empire after the fall of Mauryan Empire.
Okay. See, this Shunga Empire was founded by Pushyamitra Sunga, and he was the first ruler of the Sunga dynasty. And how he became the king is he assassinated the last Mauryan ruler, Brihadat Maurya, in a military review, and then he declared himself as a king and established this new dynasty, which was known as Shunga dynasty. And this was a totally Hindu dynasty, okay? Because in Mauryan Empire, if you remember, Ashoka was too much inclined toward Buddhism. But in this dynasty, Shunga dynasty, Pushyamitra Sunga followed Hinduism and he was a staunch Hindu. He performed many Ashwamedh yagnas or sacrifices, and some of the Buddhist texts they also say that he persecuted many Buddhist monks because he wanted only Brahmanism to prevail. He never wanted that Buddhism should come up. But again, there are two theories in this. Some Buddhist texts say that he persecuted the Buddhist monks, but some texts they state that he was not brutal towards the Buddhist monks. Okay, now as I told you, he was previously the Senapati, the general of the Mauryan army. So he knew all the tactics and techniques of the war, and to establish his kingdom, he used the same all these war techniques, all whatever he has learned in the Mauryan Empire, he implemented those policies of administration. He implemented the same things in the military expeditions which happened, and many inscriptions which we found of the Sungas, they are found in Ayodhya, in Uttar Pradesh, and it in the even in the Punjab in the northwest, And in those inscriptions, some of the inscriptions, it is mentioned that he did persecute the Buddhist monks. And after him, his son, Agnimitra, he succeeded the Shunga dynasty after the death of his father, Pushyamitra Sunga. In around 148 BC, he came. The 185 BC, Pushyamitra Sunga ascended the throne, and in 148 or 149 BCE, Agnimitra, the son of Pushyamitra Sunga, he ascended the throne. Now, Agnimitra was a very dynamic king, and he was the subject of many works of Kalidas. Kalidas, as you know, was a famous poet of that time. So, in one of his epics known as Malvika Agnimitra, Kalidas has written about the love story of Agnimitra and Malvika. So that way he was also the subject for many poets, Agnimitra for that matter. And the Vayu Purana and Brahman Purana also mention his name, and they say that for around 8 years he ruled. Who? Agnimitra. Okay. And according to Kalidas in Malvika Agnimitram, Agnimitra belonged to Baimbika family, while the Puranas mention him as a Shunga. So here little conflict is there, because Kalidas gives a different picture, but the Puranas, they confirm that he was from Shunga dynasty. He was the son of Pushyamitra Shunga. And in Malvikagni Mitra, Kalidas has also told that he had three queens, three wives, Dharani, Iravati, and Malvika. So Malvika was the princess of Vidarbha. And this Malvika Agnimitra is the story of Agnimitra and Malvika, which Kalidas has written in his epic. Now, Agnimitra, according to the epic Malvika Agnimitra written by Kalidas, Kalidas writes in his book that a war broke out between the Shungas and the neighboring state Vidarbha during Agnimitra's reign. And before the rise of the Shungas, Vidarbha had become independent from the Mauryan Empire. Be, be, till till Ashoka had not fought the Kalinga war, he was very, very ambitious, and he was into many conquests. But after the conquest of Kalinga, there was a hard change of Ashoka, and he stopped waging wars altogether. So that time, Vidarbha declared themselves independent from the Mauryan kingdom. And this one war was there where a former Mauryan minister put his brother-in-law Yajnasena on the throne of Vidarbha, and Madhav Sena, a cousin of Yajnasena, he asked help from Agnimitra in overthrowing his cousin, but was captured while crossing the border of Vidarbha, and he was imprisoned. So Agnimitra demanded the release of Madhav Sena, and in return, Yajnasena demanded the release of the former Mauryan minister who had been captured earlier by Agnimitra. So it was a sort of, this give and take type of a agreement. Instead, Agnimitra, what he did, he sent his army to invade Vidarbha, and Yajnasena was defeated and forced to divide Vidarbha with Madhav Sena. And both cousins recognized the suzerainty of the Shunga rulers, that time Agnimitra, and this shows that he was he was an able military leader, because he made Vidarbha to come under his suzerainty, the kingdom of Vidarbha to come under his uh, suzerainty. And if we see, many historians have written about the Shunga Empire in detail, like Rai, Chaudhary, Professor Rai Chaudhary, in his book Political History of Ancient India, he has mentioned about the Shunga dynasty, about Pushyamitra and Agnimitra. Then Leheri, in his book Indigenous States of Northern India, he also has described about the might of the Shungas. But it was a very short lived empire, the Shunga Empire, because after them, the Kanva dynasty came into being. And same thing, Kanva was also a general with Pushyamitra Sunga. So he declared himself independent, and then a new dynasty was established, that was Kanva dynasty.
Okay,
So,
so actually,
yeah.
I've heard, I've read somewhere that Dev Bhuti, who was the first, who was the last king of Sangha dynasty, was assassinated by Kanwa dynasty king. Now,
Yes,
when we
yes.
talk about this Sunga dynasty, and you see, it came in existence after the fall of Mauryan Empire. So, what we really think about those times, what people used to be like that, reacting to this change, because as I was reading few books, it says that there's lot of impression of Persian art at that point of time, and he is like, as you mentioned, Kalidas has been given free hand to write good things about the king and the queen. So, what kind of culture existed at that point of time during this era?
See, when Mauryas were there, because Ashoka was a great propagator of Buddhism, so mostly people followed Buddhism. But because Ashoka was a very tolerant king, he never forced anyone to convert to Buddhism. So Brahmanism or Hinduism, Jainism, they all existed, contemporarily. But when this Shunga rule came, then the emphasis was more on Hinduism than Buddhism. That's why some of the text, they say that he, and one of the inscriptions also says that he persecuted the Buddhist monks who Pushyamitra. So Hinduism was a dominant religion in both dynasties, Sunga and Kanva. Okay, and after that, after Kanva, Satvahanas, they came. So Satvahanas was one of the biggest Hindu kingdoms of India after Vijayanagar Empire. So Brahmanism was on the rise that time, and because the kings, they performed many Ashwamedh sacrifices to confirm their superiority, okay, over the people. So that means the people who were in the empire, they were happy. There was no discontent. Only because whenever these military conquests happened, naturally the public will be disturbed, because they will march towards the fields, and all that destruction, indirect destruction will happen. So that was a very obvious thing to maintain the dignity of the empire. But otherwise, people were happy under the rule of Pushyamitra Sunga and Agnimitra also.
So this whole dynasty ruled approximately few years from 185 BC to maybe 73 BC.
Yes,
And
till the
the,
Kanva rule was established.
Yeah, so I think this is an era where approximately 10 rulers of Sunga dynasty rule. So I can safely
Yes.
say that is kind of establishment of Hindu religion. When you see, then in Mauryan Empire there was establishment and propagation of Buddhism, but now
Buddhism, yes.
this is a dynasty which establish Hinduism and give rise of Brahminism and Hinduism in that
See,
era.
Hinduism was already there, Kanchan, because in all the empires which existed before Mauryas also, only you get some Greek influence because of the Greek invasions. Alexander came in 326 BC, and then later, after all these dynasties, these Ghazni and Ghorid invasions. So Hinduism was there, but it was given preference in these dynasties, the Shunga and Kanva dynasty, because the founder of Kanva dynasty, Devbhuti, he also followed Hinduism, and he came to rule in 75 BCE. He also followed Hinduism. And after Kanva dynasty, then came the Satavahanas. They were staunch Hindu rulers. So
Okay.
the Hinduism was there, but because of these two religions, Jainism and Buddhism, it was overshadowed a bit.
Right. So when we talk about these two great kings, Pushmitra and Agnimitra, so what are those one or two significant aspect of their rule, which really we can cherish? We can. What is the impact of that era?
Uh, if you see broadly, they followed the Mauryan administration model itself. Because as I told you, Pushyamitra was the Senapati of the Mauryas before he assassinated Brihadat and came to rule. So they followed the same model of administration. Only thing which was more dominant in the Shungas and Kanvas times was Hinduism, which was not there in the time of Ashoka, because he adopted Buddhism and he did a lot of work in the propagation and of Buddhism and preaching Buddhism, not only in India but outside India also. So that was the only major difference you can say. And
Okay.
because the Mauryan, the extent of Mauryan Empire was already very large, so Pushyamitra, he enjoyed, that vast empire. But because many of the kingdoms like Vidarbha, they declared themselves independent after Ashoka, because after Ashoka, we don't find any very prominent rulers in the Mauryas. So small states, they came up like mushrooms. Okay, small states, they declared themselves independent, and they said this is our this thing, our area. So that also happened. So disintegration of Mauryan Empire also happened. Shungas and Kanvas, they were not able to maintain that huge empire. So independent kingdoms, they started springing up, because when you go back to the Mauryan times, and before that also the 16 Mahajanpadas which were there earlier, and then there was an integration of those Janpadas by Chandragupta Maurya, then again independently they came up. This was the major difference.
Yeah, so I think that after the fall of a huge empire, which is Mauryan Empire, and there's a rise of small kingdoms, and they have given more of stability to that to the people at that point of time. And a part of this, as you mentioned, the Kalidas, so rise of literature, and that too based on the Hindu philosophy.
I think that is the contribution of these two great king of this particular
Yes, lot
dynasty.
of work in literature, art, architecture happened in their time, no doubt about it.
So we'll be discussing about more once we have already covered and discussed about the Singha Empire and the great two kings of this empire. In our next episode, we'll be discussing about Kanva dynasty, who defeated this king. And till then, you take care. Bye bye. See you.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Grit and Valor. And today we have very distinguished guest with us. She's a veteran from Air Force. Her name is Squadron Leader Manvi Bali. So, without further ado, let me welcome her to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you so much for such a nice, warm welcome. And it's my pleasure to be a part of this today.
Absolutely. In fact, we would like to know about certain things which we have been hearing in the press. You know, something to do with the working condition of the women soldiers in our armed forces. And you have been a veteran. You have served the Air Force for a very long time, and I think you are the best person to discuss on this subject. And we have also seen recently there was a movie which covered that. Obviously, you know, that was all false, and Supreme Court of India struck that down. But anyway, I think what is the training schedule for women cadet? Is it different from men? What is your opinion?
Well, Chandrakant, I think I will start with, just very, very briefly talking about from where we all began. So, if we look at the history of the women in defense services, in 1888, the role of the women in the Indian Army began with the Indian Military Nursing Service, which was formed during the British rule. And we have some very, very notable names around from that time. In one of the recent series, also, a lot of people would have seen very, very strong women warriors like Noor Inayat Khan, Kalyani Sen. And then obviously we've also seen the famous women regiment under Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's Indian National Army called the Rani of Jhansi Regiment, one of its kind regiment during the World War II. And the Indian Armed Forces, they began inducting women officers in 1992. And look at where we have come, breaking all the societal barriers. In this present day, we have fighter pilots. Women have flown into combat zones. They will be inducted as sailors. And we are a very strong group of women in the Indian armed services. And from 1992 to 2021, it has been a long way. So would we say it has been an easy journey? Definitely not. So a lot of work had been done by the pioneers, the early batches of the women in the Indian Air Force. So like you mentioned, there's been a recent movie. Without mentioning the name of the movie and the person who's been mentioned in the movie, a lot of respect for the senior lady officer. But of course, around that time, the Indian services were adjusting to the fact that women will be inducted into the defense services. It was very new concepts for them, and now we've come a long way. That's the reason we have the 3 women officers into the fighter streams. So the life in Indian Air Force, when we started off with our trainings, there hasn't been any bias for lady officers. It was exactly the same physical regime. We passed the same physical fitness tests. We passed the same examinations. We went through exactly the similar service selection boards. So the entry to the training, to our specialized training post our commissioning, they all have been exactly the same. So I really don't understand from where the question comes, that what is the difference between the men and women? Because these services, I think they're the pioneers when you talk about, who don't create that sort of bias of caste, color, creed, sex, gender. It's never been around, so nobody really asks, can you do this task, or will you not be able to do this task because you are A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z? No, exactly not. It's a mission. If you are, so the Indian Army logo, do you have it in you? Does it say, do you have it in you if you are a man or if you are a woman? No, it doesn't. So it just asks, do you have it in you? So if you have it in you, you just prove yourself. So that's what defense services is all about.
I think it's a great answer, and I think you have conveyed the message loud and clear for our viewers. But there are two sides of viewers we have. One is called civilian, other is called the forces. So when you talk about all these things, certain section of society would know exactly where you're coming from. But then there are people who are in the civilian, especially in the civilian side, who have never seen, who have no exposure to the defense, how it is done. I think there will be a lot of confusion with regard to specifically sending their girl child for army training. I think it is required to change the perception. What is your message for those kind of people where equal opportunities are given in the defense services for men and women, and how they can leverage it?
So if you look at this present, so let me give a very common example, which I give these days. So what has COVID taught us? It's taught us to be adaptable and survive in a situation which has been put in front of us. This adaptability and the survivability is part of a training in defense services. Don't you think these are the most important skills which even the girls of the today, they need to learn? I think everybody, why just girls? I generally don't mention male and female separately, again, because of the backgrounds that I come from. But this sort of independence that the defense services have, put inside us, the confidence that they've built in all of us. I can tell you, I am from a middle class family. My parents were in the services. And we were just like any other girls in the household, helping even our mothers in kitchens. But there weren't any biases or differences which were kept from the girls and the sons. So we still grew up thinking that okay, these are the things that the bhaias do and these are the things that the girls do. So when I entered academy, the first thing that was grilled inside my mind was that there isn't a thing which only the boys can do and the girls can't do. In fact, the physical and the psychological strength that women have is far more than, I'm so sorry, but it's more than what men do. And that has been proven in the last few, if you've read the news, the women are just breaking records of all kinds when it comes to displaying physical and psychological strength. So I think for all the girls, not just independence, the confidence, a financial independence, and a lot of pride, which you yourself feel when you adorn that beautiful uniform. It can be olive green, it can be blue, it can be the white. But the moment you wear that uniform and you give that big salute to somebody, the pride with which your heart swells, I think there's no other profession in this world. I'm so sorry. I think again I'm very partial about it, but I think there isn't any other profession which gives you that sort of self-satisfaction that this is like, it cannot get better than this. So I think this is the profession for the girls of today and the girls of tomorrow.
Absolutely. In fact, when you talk about the psychological strength that women has inherently, or as the genetic code, describes it, we got an opportunity to cover the Triveni success last year.
Yes, awesome session.
Right. And this was, I mean, it can get as grueling as ever. You're middle of the ocean, 5 women, 5 soldiers from the Indian Defense Services, all by themselves circumnavigating the earth. I think they have achieved it. It was a great feat. Now, coming back to the moot question, when you were undergoing the academy training, uh, what kind of training would you like to share? I mean, what I've heard from
Yes.
my friends is that, you have to drop down and give me 30, it's like that. Is it similar for you also?
Trust me, Chandrakant, it's not 30. It's definitely in 3 figures. It's sometimes 100 and more. So 30 is like a lassi day for us. But yes, the trainings are quite intensive. So they do understand, the services do understand that everybody is not coming from a very athletic background. So the defense services, they prepare you for what is going to come to you in near future. So it's not like you need to be a outstanding sports person or a gymnast or a body weight, you need to do a lot of exercises before you join the defense service. The defense services really understand your diverse backgrounds and they train you. So the first year of our training includes a lot of physical fitness. So the physical fitness starts early in the morning. So mornings generally start at around, sometimes it starts at 3. So normally I'll just not scare people. It starts at 4. So it starts with us getting absolutely fit and ready in our whites. We call them whites, and we get ready for a morning PT. So after a PT, which is approximately a run of around 1.5 to 2 kilometers, we get back to our exercises, which includes a lot of push-ups, a lot of jumps, and a lot of rolling, and everything in academy. We are taught that you have to earn it. So we earn our breakfast, we earn our lunch, and we earn our dinners. We also earn our bookouts. So the earning session is wherein the entire course just gets together and they say, okay, so our book out today, which means we'll go out in the city today. We can negotiate at approximately like 500 push-ups from the entire course. So the entire course gets down on hands and we give 500 push-ups, all in high josh, that these 500 push-ups are going to take us out to the city and we are going to have some nice food today in Hyderabad. So again, it also builds on your strength, but it also builds in a lot of camaraderie amongst your fellow cadets. So we all have, again, a common cause, which is taught inside us from a very simple thing like just a book out. So we all just believe, yeah, that's a common cause. We all need to go out. What do we need to do that? We all need to give 500 push-ups. So let's all do that. So there have been times when we've gone in for cross countries, which we have regularly. And again, I've not been a very athletic person. And trust me, I just had one of my fellow cadets hang behind my back. He was just put his palm behind my back, and I would just continue to run. Again, if you think, what would that palm on the back of me would have done in helping me to run? Actually, nothing. But what it did to me psychologically was, Manvi, just keep on running. I'm behind you. So it didn't matter who comes first. What mattered was, all of us just do this together. So, the physical fitness was part of all these qualities and these traits which were built into us. So it wasn't like today we'll just get up and we'll, start doing A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. It used to be a lot of small activities through which the cause spirit used to develop, through which we would understand, how to stand for each other. So there used to be exercise wherein they just used to teach us, can you carry your friend behind your back? He's hurt. Can you carry him? And people would. I think about it that how could a girl with a frail figure like me would be carrying one of my course mates behind my back? But we did. And sometimes I just wonder, what did they do to us? So it's all in the mind. That's what they taught us. Physical fitness is an aspect of you being strong, but it starts with your mind believing that you can achieve and you can do it. So that's what the physical regime is in the defense services.
I think you have put it very nicely. In fact, it's 90% the mental ability and 10% physical. And that is what the discipline of the defense teaches you. I think all soldiers go through that. And it's basically you have to be fit all the time. And if you're not fit, you will not be able to carry out your operations. So going to the
Yes.
operations side of it, uh, today in the mechanized warfare, you use billions of dollars of equipment. You may be having $1 million in your both hands. What kind of training you go through, and is there any difference between men and women training when it comes to equipment and all of these gadgets which are being used today? We would like to know more from you about this.
So after this first year of training at the Air Force Academy in Dundigal in Hyderabad, we all moved to our technical training. So I've been a technical officer with the Indian Air Force. So then we moved for 6 months. The another 1 year we moved to the Air Force Technical College in Bangalore, Dundigal, and that's where we do our technical training there. After that training, there's a 6 months tetra, which is a specialized training for all of us, which is a training imparted to officers based on what equipment has been allotted to them. So I've been a communications officer. So I was the first batch who was learning, and we were put through a tetra for learning all these new age radars, which were being inducted into the Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force was also going through the process of having the Air Force network. So we all were being trained on these things. Again, there hasn't been any difference in men and the female. We all been together from day one, and we were also together during our specialized trainings. Yes, there has been a lot of effort which has gone through in having women go through specialized training on the fighter aircraft streams from the technical side too. But again, we've been very successful in breaking those barriers. The women, we also have the first women being in the Mirage fleet, the first woman in the Isles, the first women in the Sukhois. So it took us some time, but then the enviable force that the women officers of today are, we proved our worth and we did get it. So no cribs at all.
Absolutely. So I think the defense services treat every individual equally and equal opportunities are
Yes.
given. I think that is very clear. Uh, Coming to the almost like my second last question is about the combat services. And when it comes to combat, obviously, men are chosen for doing that because there are inherent risk involved. However, now we are seeing women also in India who are now getting inducted in the frontline combat, and Israel has been having the women officers and soldiers for a very long time. Uh, do you see any challenge in that area if you are in combat, frontline combat? Do you see any big challenge for women soldiers?
Absolutely not, Chandrakant. If you see even the United States, the number of women officers that they've been inducting into direct combat zones after they've seen how women have performed, especially during their conflicts, uh, it's just rose manifold. So the issues, what issues? So that's my question. We've gone through the same trainings. We understand what entails when we go into combat zone. Obviously, we're not in some beautiful area, which is it's a combat zone. There are some things which are required of you as a soldier. And the women are far equipped to handle such adversities. So I don't see any issues in women going into active combat roles at all. In fact, they'll be great. History's proven that.
Yes, I think as far as my opinion goes on this subject is that India has been always having women soldiers, always. And I think the whole paradigm shift happened after the British started coming to India, and they didn't have women soldiers in their own army. But if you look at our history, Indian history, I mean, we have a lot of examples of women fighting and also carrying out strategic decisions. which are required
Yes.
in the battlefield. You have any last words to convey for our viewers?
Just continuing with what you just said, womb which can give birth to a child, and arms which can give a lot of love to a child and a family. In case it really requires, our history has taught us that it can also pick up arms and fight. So the women are an enviable force, and the companies, the corporates, the defense services, they have realized that it's just beyond anybody to imagine a life without women in all these services. So it's a great future for all of us. Looking forward to a great, great, great future for all the young girls who will be willing to join the defense services in near future.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it was a great pleasure learning about these things from you. Uh, and shall I call you Officer Manvi? I think that is a better way to call you instead of saying Miss Manvi, because you are a officer of the army, and once you are a squadron leader, you're always a squadron leader. So it was a great pleasure talking to you. We will catch up in the next episode very soon with something even more interesting.
Yes, we will. Thank you so much, Chandrakant. It was a pleasure.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Have a nice
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skill. Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap discussion. I am Kanchan Verma. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the head director of. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma. Final. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma.
From Akulmak.
Welcome friends. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. We are in the show, as you know, Top Brass Skill Development. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. You all are. Welcome friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. You all are welcome to our show, Skills Gap Discussion. ठीक है? Top Brass नहीं हुआ.
How did it never?
नहीं
चार सेंटेंस है तुम्हारे पास, तो दिमाग में होनी चाहिए. पढ़ के बोलोगे ना कभी.
पढ़ के नहीं बोल रही.
Hello friends, this is Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skill Gap Discussion. इतना बोलना है ना?
हाँ बस.
उसके बाद डॉक्टर भरत भूषण सिंह.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Skills Gap Discussion.
Yes.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Development. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System. एक बार और कर लेते हैं. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. Today we have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of one of the premium institute in Hyderabad. Hello friends, I am Kanchan Verma from Akulmak Technologies. You are welcome to Top Brass Skills Gap Discussion. We have Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh, who is the director of Vishwani Institute of Management and System, Hyderabad. We welcome Dr. Bharat Bhushan Singh to the discussion of skills gap in India.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you graciously on Legal Matters. Today, we want to discuss about something which is very remarkable, and half of India was not even born at that point in time. The story is of 1975. It was a case between Srimati Indira Gandhi and Raj Narayan, and the case was ruled in favor of Mr. Raj Narayan. Srimati Indira Gandhi lost that case, and the ruling was made by Allahabad High Court. It's a very historic judgment, and to discuss this further, let me invite my friend Mr. Jeet Bhatt from Ahmedabad.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me in this legal matters. And I'm looking forward for this discussion in a very important judgment of the Allahabad.
Yes, in fact, there was a time where it was known very publicly that India is Indra and Indra is India. That was a slogan which was promoted, and I think most of us were not even born at that time. Almost 50 to 60% Indians that we are today were not even born in 1975, and that was the power of Srimati Indira Gandhi, where she can equate herself with the country of India. Being such a powerful leader of our nation, she lost a case, and I think we would like to know. It's very interesting to know, such a remarkable leader, very popular leader, lost losing the legal battle. I think you can throw more light on this one.
Yes, absolutely. It was a very important judgment of that era, and a very important historic development which happened thereafter because of this judgment was the imposition of internal emergency in the country. It was declared on 25th of June 1975. This judgment of the Allahabad High Court was declared on 12th of June 1975, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi uh, election from the seat of Rai Bareli was declared to be void, and therefore, in order to nullify that judgment, she was compelled to declare emergency on 25th June 1975. But what had happened and what were the facts and how this came up before the Allahabad High Court and what are the rulings, that is what I want to discuss with you in this show. The facts were that the general elections for the Lok Sabha was conducted in the year 1971, wherein Srimati Indira Gandhi and Sri Raj Narayan were contesting from the parliamentary seat of Rai Bareli. Indira Gandhi had got 183 votes and was declared the winner from that constituency. And thereafter, she continued to be the prime minister of this country. But Raj Narayan had filed an election petition immediately after the results were declared, alleging that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in some corrupt practices under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. And therefore, his petition alleged that the main contentions of the petition were that Srimati Indira Gandhi had procured an uh, the assistance of one Shri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a gazetted officer in the employment of the Government of India, holding the post of officer on special duty to the Prime Minister's Secretariat, and having the assistance of a gazetted officer during election and for election purpose amounts to a corrupt practice under the provisions of the Representation of People's Act. The second allegation against Srimati Indira Gandhi was that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces of the Union for furtherance of her election prospects, as the members of the Air Force uh, had arranged the airplanes and helicopters at her instance for her to address the meetings at her constituency. So the reason given is that by having assistance of armed forces, of gazetted officers, of police forces, as well as the officers of the state of UP, he was having a dominating position. And to use that position over other candidates amounts to inequality in treatment to all candidates who want to contest elections from that position, from that parliamentary seat. Those were the allegations which were made. Also, allegations were made that the agents of Srimati Indira Gandhi had distributed quilts, blankets, liquor, etc., to the voters and had influenced them to vote in her favor. Also, it was alleged that free conveyance was provided by the agents and Mr. Yashpal Kapoor to the voters to come to the polling station. And therefore, the entire election was challenged on the ground that Srimati Indira Gandhi had indulged in corrupt practices for winning that election. So the court then framed certain issues in the matter. The first issue which the court framed was whether Srimati Indira Gandhi had obtained assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor for her elections while he was still a gazetted officer in the service of the government of India. Srimati Indira Gandhi had a battery of lawyers who were engaged and were defending the case, and wherein she had stated that Yashpal Kapoor was a member of the government of India, but he had resigned on 13th of January 1971, and the resignation was orally accepted on 14th January 1971, and the notification was also issued accepting his resignation, which was issued on 25th January 1971. So she refuted the allegation by saying that once the gazetted officer having resigned and the resignation having been accepted, and then from there on, whatever he has done, he is not the gazetted officer of the Union of India. But the court went through the entire documentary evidence as well as the oral evidence, and also interpreting the service rules, came to the conclusion that Sri Yashpal Kapoor could not have been ceased to be a government servant till the date of notification was issued by the appointing authority accepting his resignation, which was accepted on 25th of January 1971. So therefore, the court held that whatever assistance Yashpal Kapoor had given to Indira Gandhi till 24th of January 1971, he was a gazetted officer. And it was also proved that he had given speeches on 7th January, and from 14th January onwards, he was the election agent and had carried out several functions for the election prospect of Srimati Indira Gandhi. And therefore, in the month of January till 24th January, whatever functions and assistance was given by Sri Yashpal Kapoor was done by a gazetted officer of the government of India. And therefore, this amounted to corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. On this ground, the court held that yes, this issue is proved in favor of the petitioner Sri Rajnarayan and against the respondent Srimati Indira Gandhi. With respect to other allegations, which were that she had procured the assistance of the armed forces as the Air Force planes and helicopters were arranged for her to reach the constituency for giving election addresses. The court, interpreting the entire documentary evidence, held that the Prime Minister of the country is entitled to make use of Indian Air Force aircrafts while traveling for official as well as non-official purpose as well. And in the facts of that case, the court held that by using Air Force planes to reach Raebareli or to reach Uttar Pradesh did not amount to taking the assistance of the armed forces in furtherance of her prospects for the election. And therefore, that issue was held in favor of Srimati Indira Gandhi and against Raj Narayan. But with respect to the third issue, which was whether at the instance of Srimati Indira Gandhi and her election agent, the Yashpal Kapoor, the district magistrate of Raebareli and the superintendent of police and the home secretary of Uttar Pradesh government arranged for rostrums, loudspeakers and barricades to be set up for members of the police force to be posted in connection with her election tour. Because normally whenever a prime minister or chief minister is coming, police force is always there to provide security. Also, sometimes barricades are also issued if there is a big gathering. But what the Uttar Pradesh government servants had done was that they had procured and arranged for rostrum, the Shamiana Mandap, and also arranged for loudspeakers and electricity, which was not within the purview of the state government because because during an election it is to be done by the party and the candidate. So what the court held in with regards to this issue is that it was conclusively proved by documentary and oral evidence that the rostrums were constructed by government agency for meetings addressed by Indira Gandhi in her constituency. And it was proved that the gazetted officers of the state, particularly the superintendent of police and executive engineer PWD, got the rostrums constructed for the purpose of providing for the purpose of public meeting addressed by respondent number one in her constituency. So this the court held that yes, Indira Gandhi had procured the assistance of gazetted officers in furtherance of her election prospect, which gave her an edge over all other candidates because while contesting elections, everybody is equal. And therefore, having assistance of government servants, and also the election agent who was the gazetted officer, amounts to unfair practice, amounts to a corrupt practice under the Representation of People's Act. So this issue was held against her and in favor of the petitioner. With regards to other allegations that she had distributed quilts, dhotis, liquor, etc. to the voters, and also that she had provided conveyance to the voters to reach the polling station, the court held that the petitioner could not prove these allegations. But two allegations of the petitioners which were proved were that the candidate, Srimati Indira Gandhi, had used the assistance of Sri Yashpal Kapoor, who was a government servant, a gazetted officer of the government of India, and also used the services and assistance of the gazetted officers in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on these grounds, she had indulged in corrupt practices, and these grounds were proved by the petitioner. And ultimately, the court held in favor of the petitioner, declaring the election of Srimati Indira Gandhi as void. And further, she was disqualified for a further period of 6 years from the date of the judgment for contesting elections under the Representation of People's Act. So this was a huge blow at that time to the government, and the Prime Minister was to lose her position overnight. However, this judgment was stayed for a further period of 20 days, and therefore she was not to be removed immediately from the post of Prime Minister. But what happened in those 20 days is that on 12th of June, this judgment was delivered. But on 25th of June, the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the President saying that there is an internal state of emergency and you declare that there is an emergency in this country. And on 25th June 1975 itself, the President proclaimed the state of internal emergency, and the fundamental rights and civil liberties were suspended. All the opponents of the government were taken in custody, detained for a period of more than 20 years. The state of emergency lasted for about almost 2 years. In that time, what the government did was that they introduced an amendment to the Constitution, which was the 39th Amendment Act, wherein Article 329A of the Constitution came to be inserted, which provided that the elections to the post of Prime Minister cannot be challenged in any court of law. And this was remarkable because this took away the power of judicial review, which is which had been considered to be the basic structure of the Constitution. And this this changed the entire structure of the Constitution. And therefore, the power that she wielded during that time was enormous, which was never seen before and even afterwards. And therefore, that constitutional amendment came to be challenged. And the Supreme Court delivered a landmark judgment, the matter of Srimati Indira Gandhi versus Raj Narayan, where the Supreme Court held that this constitutional amendment was unconstitutional and it altered the basic structure of the Constitution. Also, during the state of emergency, what she did was that she amended the Representation of People's Act 1951 with retrospective effect so that the grounds on which the judgment was delivered were nullified and taken away. And therefore, the entire judgment of the Allahabad High Court was nullified. And the Supreme Court had to accept that since the act has been amended with retrospective effect, the grounds for challenge were not available. And therefore, it set aside the Allahabad High Court judgment. But it did rule that the constitutional amendment with regards to Article 329A was bad, illegal, and void. This is what had happened during the time when internal emergency had been declared. And yes, she had tremendous power during those times. And it is because of this judgment of the Allahabad High Court that this historic event had happened.
So this is very remarkable, and it is almost like a plot of a movie when you narrated it. And nowadays a lot of these OTT platforms are showing these political dramas. So this story, it happened in real, but it sounds like it appears to be a movie plot. But Jeet, let me ask you one question. What is the state of affairs now with regard to the modus operandi of the politicians?
Well, see, election petitions are filed under the Representation of People's Act. Several petitions are pending before the High Court. So, and there are allegations made by both the parties. So well, so there are corrupt practices which are going on, and there are petitions and there are judgments which are being delivered. But ultimately, it is very difficult sometimes to prove these allegations in court. So therefore, what happens is it goes unnoticed or it goes unproved, and therefore we cannot have such judgments in every petition. So therefore, corrupt practices are prevalent in the country. We can't deny it, but it has to be curbed, and such petitions have to be filed before the High Court, and the High Court has to deliver judgments in a uh, in a short period of time, rather than taking.
So, Jeet, the 49th Amendment, which was made during the emergency, what is the status of that now? Is it applicable or it has been challenged?
So 39th Amendment was challenged to the Supreme Court, and some parts of it were declared to be unconstitutional. And thereafter, in 1977, the entire amendment was removed from the Constitution. So it is not in the Constitution anymore.
Oh, okay, it is already taken out from the. Okay, so then it's a sigh of relief for a lot of people, because then once you become a powerful person in India, then nobody can challenge it. It is almost like an autocratic state. So it's a good thing that
Absolutely.
it was taken out from the constitution. So I think it's very interesting. I am sure people can read a lot about it. I'm not sure whether a lot of information is available about this incident, but whatever is available, I think it gives a lot of goosebumps hearing about this. How the power was taken away and then wielded by the people who were in power. It was I would say that it was a dark political history of our country, which has been corrected now. So, with this, I think I'd like to say thank you, Jeet, for giving us all this information. It's quite interesting to learn about these historic cases. And I will say goodbye for today. I will meet you with some other very interesting legal matters in the next episode.
Absolutely, Chandrakant. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and today I would like to draw your attention to the emails that your company or organization is sending to thousands and thousands and thousands of prospective buyers, and the return on investment on sending such emails is less than 0.0001%. All these emails are getting deleted. I personally delete hundreds of emails every day. I'm sure you're also deleting hundreds of emails. Some of the companies have set up the spam engines which filter all these emails out. Yet, most of the industry feels that this is the only mechanism to grow your business by sending emails, by flooding somebody email boxes, by talking about your technology, your white paper, etc. At the same time, as a organization, we also need to understand what market needs, and it's not what we are selling. So we have to bring to certain agreement between the buyer or seller, or demand or supply, where we bring these two parties together, where the demand is fulfilled by the supply. And it is not necessarily means that you keep sending emails. By sending thousands and thousands of emails every day, every week, you start generating business leads out of that. The reality is the cost of sending 5 email today, in today's money, is more than $2 to $3. And then suppose you send 50,000 emails, probably you will receive responses from only 100. So the efficiency of the system is now going down. I think the time has come for organizations to look at alternative methods of generating your sales leads. Then another thing that has happened in the field, that is the emergence of Me Too service providers, because the cost of providing different services and different sort of new generation activities, the time has come to also rethink their strategy in terms of how all different companies want to position themselves. If it is sort of a Me Too email that is going out, the chances are your email will get deleted. So the requirement of today's world is not to send emails by finding out new methods of communication with your prospects. Number two, offer something which is which is very appealing and it is not Me Too. So you have to look at what are you doing today and where you want to achieve, and by doing these activities that you are doing to achieve your goal. So, to order to address these issues, we have created a platform which will solve many of these challenges, and it will give you a platform which will allow you to be more creative. You can reach out to your clients without spending a dime. You can reach out to your prospects without collecting the client database, building client database, building expensive sales and marketing campaigns. You can still appeal to them. The platform website is listed here, as you can see where my finger is. So I encourage you to visit this website and explore. This is a very low cost method where you can reach out to your prospects. You can create a differential for yourself. You can be non-intrusive. You can be creative. You can come out with new methods of communication rather than sending a HTML based emails using your CRMs and so on and so forth. So with these small messages, I would like to talk few things about my platform. The platform has two main features. One is it allows you to share your success stories and your ideas of innovation and so on and so forth, which necessarily may not be related to what you're offering. Because if you sell yourself, if you sell your idea, it will result in a business for you where you can actually pitch in what you have. So you can actually think creatively and come out with an offering which is appealing to the prospects. So this platform allows you to do that. Second thing is it also allows you to your prospects to reach out to you directly without need of sending emails and building campaigns and building databases and so on and so forth. So it's a very intuitive method, low cost method to reach out to your prospects and also to your client, and it's non-intrusive, and you can come out with new methods of reaching, because you may think you would like to talk about your innovation. You may like to address your clients by way of a video. You would like to talk about your innovation in a group discussion, or you want to just write a lot of words and you distribute these documents. So all these things are available in our platform. So I invite you to experience this. Come to this website, explore functionality. Just in case if you have any question, reach out to me. My emails are also listed in the website, and then we can have a conversation. I will be more than happy to bring you on board. I will personally help you to get on board, how to use these functionality which are provided in the platform, and you can be more successful without spending a lot of money. So with this small message, I will look forward to you joining my platform, which will help you reduce your cost, increase your business, and it will give you avenue of reaching out to new prospects in a new way. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode, we'll be discussing about public relation activities, and we are doing a series on that. So we have a guest, Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Season PR Agency. So we would like to welcome her. Hello, Ritu. How are you? Welcome to our show today.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you for welcoming to the show, and absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
So today we are discussing about keynote address, which is a crucial part of public relation activity. So first of all, what is really keynote has importance when we are doing a public relation activity?
Okay, Kanchan, like writing is important in public relations, so speaking is also important because it's part of communication. And speaking at various events, seminars, or in your organization where you invite media people, other related guests, it's very important because, speaking at events where customers are likely to attend helps position you as a leader or innovator in your field. As a business owner or leader or building reputation as an expert also builds the reputation of your business and draws new customers. It is with public relations, and in public relations we have various clients where they want us to let people know what their business is all about, where they want us to let us, we the PR experts, make their image by speaking. So it's important. Speaking is important.
So, what are those platforms when it is become very mandatory for a PR practitioner, professional to really take advantage of speaking to his clients or public, to the public in general?
Okay, so the first important aspect is when we're dealing with media, because it is the media who makes and breaks the image. So it's very important to handle the media. So make your reputation in front of media. So this is like when you have the media visit your organization, or when you are holding a press conference, you're talking to media, speaking in front of them. And then there are at times where you go out and do the listening, where you attend various business functions, dinners, and that time what you are speaking is important, and various seminars where you are invited to speak about certain ideas. Like, for example, I just want to give you an idea. Before the COVID started, I was invited in Ashoka Hotel, and where various people from different universities of Delhi and NCR were invited, and we were invited to speak that why it is important for students, if they do not get admission in government universities like BU, why it is important for them to continue with their study and come to private universities. And I was told to speak about mass communication. So it's a kind of a subtle form of marketing also. So you should know your subject, you should know the clients you are dealing with. So at that time I was speaking with students and their parents. So it was speaking about the education. So we have various things which are happening all around the world, globe, and even now we have various sessions on Zoom where we speak to the clients, and it's a kind of a get together on Zoom. But you have to build reputation of your product.
Right, you have mentioned a very valid point because we in public relation do write-ups for the product and the for services which we offer. But when we also take advantage of any seminars or trade fair or any event which is being organized to take the opportunity to speak to our audience directly. Now the question comes that every PR professional, is it mandatory for him or her to be a public speaker? Because anybody who is good in communication or good in public speaking can only handle this portfolio. So is the first question is whether it is important to be a public relations public speakers. And another thing that are you if you're not, so do you get in-house training to become a public relation, or it is mandatory for any public relation professional to be a first public speaker? What is your opinion?
Okay, so it is not mandatory to be a public speaker because I've seen people who write very well. They are at times very shy of speaking in front of public. And also, you know, the top management people, at times they do not want to speak in front of public. So they have their PR practitioners or some person from the PR team who goes out and represents the management. So it's very common that the management people don't speak themselves. Also, I have seen many people from PR industry, they are very shy of speaking. So, you know, you gain confidence. It's just a game of confidence. You need to have confidence. And because PR people, they know everything about the business of their client or the organization they are working in. It is just the confidence of dealing with people. So confidence builds up over the period of time. And you, once you are there in front of the people on the podium speaking to them, it is very good because, you know, these events are valuable for any public relational practitioner because they are promotional opportunities. Even if you don't have an invitation or as a top speaker, but even if you have an invitation of speaking, you simply build a reputation by having your business name or logo in the event listing or delivering a presentation about your company's innovation, new product, new ideas, strategy. Additionally, these events provide valuable networking opportunities. So these are very good networking opportunities. So one should build up the confidence of speaking.
Well, at this point of our program, I would like to really mention about any of the case study or any public speaker or any PR professional who has done some wonders even while speaking. And once he has given a keynote address, and we really got a very good response regarding that product or services. Can you discuss any case study?
Yes. So it's Mr. Late Alec Padensi. He was a theatre personality also, and he headed Linta's advertising agency for a quite number of period of time, many years. So later on, these advertising agencies also got into the business of public relations. And there was an event where Mr. Padensi spoke about why it is important for everyone to do public relations in India. So the idea he, you know, sold to people, the way he was speaking, it was very mesmerizing. It was very good, wonderfully presented. He had command over his language, and he knew what he was speaking, and the way he answered all the questions. That was something I really looked up to. That okay, he could. I mean, he was getting connected with his guest, with his speaker. So I mean, not the speaker, with the invited guest. And number two, I should mention here is our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. He is a very good speaker, and the public relation work he's doing is wonderful. So that's also building the image of the country.
Well, lastly, I would like to ask you one question. In case a layperson like me who is not from public relation domain, how I would prepare my keynote address? What are the parameters I should take care while addressing to the target audience?
Okay, so if the person is not from the PR industry, the person should know what the business is all about. Basically, the basic of the business. The person should know the basic of the business, and he or she should be told what is the event all about. Why do they have to speak? What is the objective of their speaking? So that should be told to the person. The person should be given a
Yes, so we are in, I think there's a loss of connection for a while. We will be connecting. Yeah, so we were talking about the parameters where we require.
Yes. So I repeat again.
Yes.
So, content, the person, the one who has to speak, should be given brief about the organization. What is the organization all about? What do they do? And why that particular event is being held where they have to speak? What is the objective? They should also, it is very important that they should also be given a printed literature about what the event is all about, what are they supposed to do, and what is the organization all about. And if the person is clear about all these three aspects, he or she can just speak about it.
Okay, it was great points you have discussed. Now, I would like to just ask you any last points you want to share with our audience regarding this important aspect of public relation activity.
So the important aspect of the speaking and public relation activities that you should be, you should be reading a lot. You should be aware about what's happening around you, because anything happening around you is related with your business, your client. It can, so you should be aware about all the things happening around you, and you should have the confidence. Plus, being a good speaker, you should be a good listener also. It's very important to listen also. If you are a good listener, then only you can be a good speaker also.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today regarding this aspect of public relation activity. We will be meeting again with some different thought-provoking topic in public relation domain. Till then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have a very special guest and she is Professor Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Illinois. She also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur, and she's also associated with Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Gandhinagar. She's the author of Landscape in India, Forms, Meaning and Cultural Landscape of India, editor of Landscape Perception and co-editor of Cultural Landscape of South Asia. She is also recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome Professor Amita Sinha. Welcome to the show, Mrs. Amita Sinha. How are you today?
I'm very well. Thank you for inviting me.
See, actually, we had been discussing about the art and architecture of Indian temples a couple of days back, and I was so interested to really know about one aspect of temple building, which is mandala, because nowadays everybody wants to learn mandala. But what is behind this concept of architecture when we talk about this mandala? So I would like to ask you, what is the meaning of mandala?
So the mandala literally means a circle, and in the context of architecture, the mandal implies unity and completion and auspiciousness. So the circle, as a figure, as a form, becomes a miniature of the whole universe as the Hindus understood it to be. But we don't live in a circular world or a world dominated by a circle. So the circle has to be squared. And this interplay of the square and the circle is what we see in the mandala forms. And if I go on to the screen, we can see two Thangka paintings, Tibetan Thangka paintings. The one on the left shows the square within the circle. The square brings in directionality. East is a favored direction, and then north, south, and west also acquire values. So in this Thangka painting, you see the Buddhist deities guarding the directions. On the right is the circle within the square, and within the circle is the Sri Chakra yantra. A yantra and mandala are sometimes used interchangeably, but the yantra is more of a symbol of a deity and a meditation device.
So actually, for our viewers, I just want to tell them that mandala is like a floor plan of universe. And when we talk about these mandala pictures, you see, I have many times seen these yantra also there in our a house temple sometime, and we pray. But now at this point of time, I would like to ask you that what is the link between mandala and the Hindu temple?
So the temple is a later development. In the past, in the ancient past, in the Vedic times, the main ritual was of sacrifice, and the sacrifice signified the birth of the cosmos. Because something had to be destroyed for something to be created. And these sacrificial altars, the Vedi that you see in this photograph, was the form, a square form, and the dimensions and the proportions are actually codified in the Silva Sutras, which date back to 4th century. So at some point in time, what happens is that divine is embodied in a deity, in a sculptural deity, and so the temple becomes a house of gods. And the plan for the temple is the Vastu Purush Mandal. Now, the Purush is a kind of esoteric concept. What exactly does that mean? Purush, the human form, but it's really in this case, in the case of Vastu Purush Mandal, it is the spirit of the site. And that spirit of the site can be very malevolent or benevolent, we don't know. It's kind of it's a lower spirit, so to speak. And so that spirit has to be subdued, and the higher gods have to be invited and they to make their home. So that is how the mandal becomes a house of the gods. And in this in this Vastu Purush Mandal diagram, you see that Purush, the spirit of the site, is fitted within the square. East is, of course, a favored direction for the temples, and the temples began to be planned on an elaborate grid, a mandala grid, going up to as much as 64 squares, the Manduka Mandal.
Yeah, so actually, I whatever I have read, it is like that. If we are want to understand the mandala art and the mandala form of architecture, so this circular design symbolize the idea of life, which is never ending, and everything which is connected. The mandala also represent the spiritual journey of individual. So now I would like to ask you, when this first temple built, which represent the mandala, and Where in India?
So you're absolutely right. The mandal is the spirit, the nature is the primary inspiration, and the nature's rhythms are symbolized in the circle, and then the circle, becomes a square, and this interplay of circle and square, is what we see in the temple form. But let me also say, as temple worship began in maybe third, fourth century CE, the temple form became quite elaborate. So while the mandal was the plan, the form of the temple was actually the whole universe, the cosmos. And so in the temple, you have the Garbhagriha, the innermost cell, which is literally, the beginning of the universe, and this is where the deity is housed. And on the upper diagram, you see these lines of energy emanating from the deity in the Garbhagriha. In the second diagram, you see this circular form, which is the parikrama or the pradikshina around the temple, and that way the mandal is literally recreated by the body going around the temple. And the third diagram shows the temple spire, and usually temple spires imitate the mountain, and so we have this as an axis mundi, the axis of the universe, and the highest spire is over the Garbhagriha, and this is the line, going up to the sky. So your question as to when were the temples first built and where, I should also say that the earliest form of worship goes of which we have evidence is going back to the Buddhist times. And here we see a tree sanctuary, that is, people worshipping the Bodhi tree where Buddha gained his enlightenment, and people worshipping the stupa where Buddha's relics were enshrined. And then we see the Chaitya Grahas, the caves where the Buddha relic in the stupa was worshipped. So here I want to draw your attention to the exterior of the Ajanta cave, 6th century, where this Bodhi tree form, leaf form, is there in the window, throwing light inside, and we have the stupa and then the ambulatory passage around it. So the circumambulation of the monks and the interior of this cave temple is of Chaityagraha actually shows the wooden construction of the vault and the rib. So the earliest temples, likely between 4th and 6th century, it's hard to date, but let's look at this Durga temple in Aihole in Karnataka, and it demonstrates the same apsidal form of the Buddhist Chaityagraha with a circumambulatory passage. And we see the tower, a very small, truncated, in a very truncated form in this earliest temple. We also see in the tip of the subcontinent in the Mahabalipuram, south of Chennai, we have these rathas, literally chariots, and the Draupadi Ratha is the simplest form. Again, it is like it's a hut with a straw roof in stone. This is carved out of a stone with Ganga and Yamuna on either side of the entry. A more elaborate form of Dharmaraj in the Dharmaraj Ratha. So these rathas, 5 chariots, are named after the heroes of the of Mahabharat. And in the Dharmaraj Ratha, we have actually, layers in which each layer is composed of smaller adicules, like they are called the shalas and kutas. And again, these are the huts with a domical roof, and these are repeated. So the idea here is that the superstructure of the earliest temples is symbolizing all of the universe, which is composed of a number of structures, and it is a multiplicity of them.
Actually, this is more an art form or an architecture which is inclined to Hinduism, or it's more to Buddhism.
So it was derived from Hinduism and Buddhism both share, mantras, yantras, and mandala forms, and the vocabulary is has the same. They have different vocabularies, but the meaning is the same. So in the case of Buddhist stupas, these are dome-like structures. But when we come to worship in a temple, it is more like imitating, mimicking a natural form, which is the cave in the mountain. So that is why we call the innermost cell as the Garbhagriha, the womb of the universe, and the spire as a chariot or a viman, and these these superstructures are magnificent. And even in the earliest chariots, vimanas, we see the superstructure as composed of a number of smaller, units. So the birth of the temple, I think, really is in the vernacular house, but then it assumes monumental proportion with time.
Okay, so what is the different style of these temple architecture and how they do illustrate the idea of mandala?
So there are languages, and there are two dominant languages: the Nagara and Dravida style. Nagara broadly North Indian, and Dravida South Indian, and there are many hybrid forms in between. So, but in both the Nagara and Dravida forms, as you see in this diagram taken from Adam Hardy's book, The Temple Architecture of India, the idea of the adicule and the multiplication of the adicule to make the superstructure of the temple is the same. So in the Nagara style, we have these tapering forms, and in the Dravida style, we have these shalas and the kutas multiplied in layers, and they are topped by they are topped by the amlaka, and over that is the kalash, which contains the nectar of immortality. So the unity is achieved in this, the temple structure coming to a point, and that point is the, I think we can read it as the achieving of unity with the divine or attaining moksha.
So all these impression of mandala and the formation of mandala in building structure, it is native to India, as I can make out. But do we find the impression of this outside of India also, or outside of Buddhism era? I mean, Buddhism art and culture. Do we find these mandal impression in other civilization too?
Yes, the Mandal traveled with Buddhism to East Asia and to Southeast Asia. So we have, very elaborate architecture. The greatest example, I think, is Borobudur in Java, which is based on the Mandal form. And I again want to emphasize the idea of the superstructure of the temple as a symbol of the cosmos. And so, even though a temple is like a static structure, built of stone, those are the ones which have survived, to the modern times. It's a static structure, but the symbolism is uh, is that of dynamism, because the universe is always coming into being, right? It is growing, and then it has to be recreated again. And so this growth and movement is communicated in a static structure by the sthapati, by having these multiple edicules. And here in this diagram, we see the downward and outward growth. Again, we see the multiple projection and progressive multiplication. And so the universe grows and grows and grows, and it proliferates, and just as our universe is today, and it was always was. But the Hindu belief is that there is a cycle of the yugas, and then after the four yugas, there is Shiva dances his tandav, and then there's a new yug begins, and the cosmos again grows and grows.
So, how does this mandala extend beyond the temple to the landscape? I mean, we also find these forms in the modern landscape also.
Yes, so let me come to that. But before that, I'd like to show you just very quickly a few images of the temples at Khajuraho, for instance, the Lakshman temple at Khajuraho. As you can see in the plan, there is a Garbhagriha, then there are these mandaps, and all of these are, on a raised on a terrace. And then the temple tower, same in Khandariya Mahadev temple, the idea of growth as in multiple projection, going, and then upward growth can be seen in the aedicule, the spire aedicule, uh, 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 all culminating in the finial at the Kalash. And then if you go to Eastern India in Mukteshwar temple in Bhubaneswar, again the same idea, but here the Garbhagriha and the Viman are based on a star-like pattern, and in the front is, before that is the mandap, Sabha mandap, Nritya mandap, Maha mandap, and these are for the gatherings. And in the case of Mukteshwar temple and other temples in Eastern India, we see a pyramidal form. In Western India, for instance, here in Madeira, in the Sun Temple, the temple spire is gone, but again, the linear axis with the Garbhagriha, the mandap, Mukhmandap, the Sabha mandap, and the tank in front. And in Karnataka, in the Keshav temple, we see these three shrines of Vishnu, and these are arranged in a kind of cruciform form with a mandap, and all of this is in a courtyard surrounded by, it's a walled courtyard surrounded by shrines. Here, these temples were made of soapstone, and so we have intricate carvings, and all around we see bands of elephants and horses, and also we see Puranic tales, Mahabharat, Bhagavad Puran, and Ramayana literally depicted in sculpture. So the line between architecture and sculpture is very diffuse. Bhadreshwar temple at Thanjavur was the highest temple of its time. It tapers to the top, and it's a very good example of Dravida style. It was built by Rajaraja Chola, Rajaraja the One. And what now we begin to see in the Dravida style is the Gopuram, the entry to the temple acquiring prominence. And it is like that contains Shala shrines, and these are kind of in a curvilinear form. Um, in a concave form. And finally, to answer your question about the temple mandala extending into the landscape, the best example are the temple towns of southern India and Tamil Nadu, on the banks of the river Kaveri. And so we have very famous temple towns in which the whole urban structure of the town is organized like a mandal. So, for instance, in the Ranganatha temple at Srirangam, which is a island in Kaveri, we have 7 enclosures, and the gopurams rise very, very high. They were being built right up to the 17th century, and what happens is that the town kind of is enclosed. The outer parts of the temple enclosure now begin to house structures from the town, and that way, the sacred area extends into the profane. There is Meenakshi temple at Madura is again a very great example of the town structure following the square mandal pattern, and you can see this in the photograph aerial view. Also, the gopurams are tall. The innermost structure consists of the temples of Meenakshi and Shiva, and then the outer enclosures are where the chariots of the gods and of the god and goddesses are taken out. And finally, I'd like to end with the Tiruvannamalai temple town, in which the Arunachal hill is worshipped as a linga. It's called the linga of fire, and it's a very good example of the mandal as you see in the landscape, because all of the different gods are now symbolized by the lingams. And then on the southeast side, we have the great Shiva temple, Arunaleshwar temple, where Shiva is worshipped, and the gopurams are very tall again, and then Shiva is taken on a journey around the Arunachal hill on auspicious occasions.
So it was so wonderful to really know about these architectural skills and people who have already been in this kind of landscaping, this kind of building making. So do we have more slides to really see? Because I'm so intrigued to really know more about it. Or shall we talk something different? Let's end this and maybe take these slides in our next episode.
Yes, we can continue. Actually, in our next episode, I'd like to talk about the temples of Varanasi, Varanasi being the most sacred city in the Indian subcontinent, and how these temples, which were built much later, still are, communicate the idea of the temple as being a house of gods and the temple structure as being a microcosm of the universe.
So I think you have to stop this presentation, then we'll be talking more. So actually, so it was so really go through these slides and view these pictures. But now I would like to ask you one last question: is that the universe and sync with the universe and the thought process of Hinduism or Buddhism, I think that are being depicted by mandala form of architecture. Now, can we also do these kind of building creation in our modern times? Are people are inclined to really look into these architectural formation and build something huge in our modern times?
Yes, very much so. The Vastu Purush Mandal continues to be used in house form. In fact, those architects who are exposed in Vastu Vidya are very much sought after, and monumental temples are being built all over the country. Most recent one being at Ram Janambhoomi Temple. It is built by traditional sthapatis, Somnath of Ahmedabad, and this is a Nagara style of architecture.
Okay, so one last question, which I just want to know that many Indian families, they do have these yantras, which are the formation of mandala. Some are square, some are in circular form. So this is a representation of an architecture, or this symbolizes something more?
Well, the yantra you will find as an object of devotion, a symbol of meditation, a meditation tool, and usually these yantras, the Sri Chakra yantra is the most popular one, and it consists of triangles, upward facing triangles and downward facing triangles. So the upward facing triangles signify the Purush, the male masculine principle, and the downward facing triangles signify Prakriti, the feminine principle, and they both meet at the point, the bindu, which is the beginning of life. And so the Sri Chakra Yantra probably is the most common one and often displayed below the deities. And also, I think in the on the floor decorations, we see the mandal patterns, especially the Sri Chakra Yantra.
Yeah, so it was so lovely to really talk to you and know about this unique concept. And I'm sure that our viewers will have more knowledge about these patterns which we are following for many centuries, but they may not be having knowledge of how important is this mandala formation when we talk about architecture, especially Indian and Buddhist architectural form. So it was so lovely to talk to you, Professor Amita Sinha. We'll be talking more about these formation in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. और आज हमारे बीच में बहुत ही स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं and I'm very privileged to have him today on the show. और मैं आपको बताऊं इनके बारे में, ये फिल्मों से जुड़े हुए हैं, इंडियन फिल्मों से, और टेलीविजन की दुनिया में तो ये छाए हुए हैं अच्छी तरह से। और आपको ये भी बताऊं, आपको थोड़ा सा हिंट देती हूँ कि वो तथाचारी का रोल कर रहे हैं तेनालीरामा में। और आपने बिल्कुल सही गेस किया, जी हाँ, पंकज बेदी। पंकज जी, आपका बहुत स्वागत है हमारे इस शो में।
थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
हाँ पंकज जी, ये बताइए, जैसे अभी लॉकडाउन चल रहा है और उस तरह का कैमरा एक्शन नहीं हो रहा है, तो आप बताइए आपकी तरफ क्या एक्शन हो रहा है?
देखिए, बेसिकली मैं वर्कहोलिक इंसान हूँ, मुझे काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मैं अभी जब ये लॉकडाउन नहीं था तो डेली शूटिंग पर जाता था, कैमरे का सामना करते थे, बहुत वो एम्बियंस, वो माहौल होता था। आई एम मिसिंग दैट, बट अब लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मैं पूरी तरह से लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, पूरे डिसिप्लिन के साथ। जिस तरीके से हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, ठीक वैसे ही मैं लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहा हूँ, और मेरे ख्याल से सभी को वैसे ही पालन करना भी चाहिए।
आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा डिफरेंस आया है, पहले लोग एक दूसरे से मिलते थे, तो आपकी कम्युनिटी में और आपकी नेबरहुड में किस तरह से लोगों ने इस बदलते माहौल को लिया है, वो क्या सोचते हैं?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि लॉकडाउन चल रहा है तो मिलना जुलना तो हो नहीं रहा, लेकिन खुशी की बात यह है कि लोगों ने बहुत पॉजिटिव तरीके से इस लॉकडाउन को लिया है और हर तरीके से इसका पालन कर रहे हैं। लोग अपने घरों में हैं, अपने परिवार के साथ हैं, और जैसे जैसे सरकार ने, गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है, वैसे वैसे ही लॉकडाउन का पालन किया जा रहा है। लेकिन थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है कि कुछ लोग, नेगेटिव बात यह है कि सम पीपल आर नॉट ओबेइंग दिस ऑर्डर जो गवर्नमेंट ने कहा है। तो जैसे आप देख रहे हैं, आप सुनते भी हैं, न्यूज़ में भी चल रहा है कि पीपल आर गोइंग टू मस्जिद और बाहर जा रहे हैं, लोग ग्रुप्स में भी मिल रहे हैं। दिस इज नॉट गुड, दिस इज नॉट एट ऑल गुड। ये मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा उन सबसे कि ये उनके लिए, उनके परिवार के लिए, सोसाइटी के लिए, एंड फॉर द कंट्री इज नॉट गुड, इट्स नॉट गुड। प्लीज प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए।
आप जैसे लॉकडाउन खत्म होता है and there will be new changes which are occurring and which are happening, लोगों की सोच भी बदल रही है, तो आप क्या सोचते हैं कि आगे अगर सपोज लॉकडाउन खत्म हो जाता है तो गवर्नमेंट कैसे मेजर्स लेगी ताकि हमारी लाइफ दोबारा से एक पटरी पे आए, एक खुशहाल जिंदगी आगे बढ़े?
जी, देखिए, ऐसा है कि अच्छी बात यह है कि अभी तक गवर्नमेंट ने जो भी स्टेप्स लिए हैं बहुत अच्छे लिए हैं, बहुत बेहतरीन लिए हैं, और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि आगे भी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही स्टेप्स लेगी। और हाँ, मैं जानता हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारी इकोनॉमी अभी उस तरीके से सेट नहीं है, गड़बड़ाई हुई है। अब हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री देखिए, हम लोग सारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री का काम रुका हुआ है, और हमारी फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में डेली वेजेस पे काम करने वाले बहुत होते हैं। अब वो बेचारे, उन लोगों की रोजी रोटी सब रुकी हुई है। लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि हमें सबको मिलजुल कर, सबसे पहले तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम आई है, इस प्रॉब्लम को ख़त्म करना है। उसके बाद हम सब मिलजुल कर, सरकार के साथ मिलजुल कर, ये जो चीज़ें होंगी इसको भी सेट कर लेंगे। हमारी इकोनॉमी फिर से आगे बढ़ेगी, बहुत अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेगी, और सरकार बहुत अच्छे कदम लेगी, मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। और हमें, मुझे लगता है कि हमें स्वयं भी सेल्फ रिस्पॉन्सिबल होना चाहिए इस मामले में, और लोग अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को समझेंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे लाइफ में।
तो पंकज जी, आप ये बताइए, जब लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा तो पहले दिन आप क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, कंचन जी, आपने बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया है। लॉकडाउन, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ अपने दोस्तों को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को, अपनों को, जिनसे मैं बहुत दूर हूँ। मैं उनसे अवश्य मिलूंगा, और उसके पश्चात मैं सबसे पहला काम ये करना चाहूँगा कि जहाँ हमारा स्टूडियो है, जहाँ हम तेनालीरामा की शूटिंग करते हैं, वहाँ पे बहुत से डॉग्स हैं, जो स्ट्रीट डॉग्स बहुत से हैं, स्टूडियो में बहुत से हैं, और उनके छोटे छोटे पपीज़ भी हैं, जिनको हम सब, मैं भी बहुत उनको खिलाता था, लेके जाता था। अब मुझे पता नहीं, आई डोंट नो उनको कौन खिला रहा है, कैसे खिला रहा है। मैं थोड़ा इमोशनल हो गया
इमोशन की बात ही है
मैं उनके पास जाऊँ
अच्छा नहीं very good. It's a big applaud for you for this kind of emotion and this kind of gesture because animal need help and especially
Yes.
at this point of time. तो
Yes.
आगे बढ़ते हैं पंकज जी मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि आप थोड़ा सा हमें बताइए कि आप जो सीरियल कर रहे हैं तेनाली रामा उसमें आपके रोल के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइए आप किस तरह से आपने अपने आप को प्रिपेयर किया है इस रोल के लिए इनिशियली और आप
देखिए कंचन जी ये जो रोल है दिस इज ए लाइफ टाइम रोल फॉर एनीबॉडी किसी भी एक्टर की जिंदगी में इस तरह का रोल आएगा तो वो बहुत खुश महसूस करेगा जैसा कि मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ इस ए कंप्लीट रोल इस ए कंप्लीट कैरेक्टर हमारे नाट्य शास्त्र में 9 रस हैं इस चरित्र में जो तथाचार्य का कैरेक्टर है उसमें 9 के 9 रस हैं और आई एम वेरी हैप्पी पीपल आर एंजॉयिंग दिस कैरेक्टर और मुझे इतना आनंद आ रहा है एक यादगार कैरेक्टर बन चुका है आज हमारे तकरीबन 725 एपिसोड्स हो चुके हैं और अभी तो लॉकडाउन की वजह से शूटिंग रुकी हुई है और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खत्म होगा शूटिंग आगे बढ़ेगी और फिर से वही तथाचार्य की जो मौज मस्ती है और वो तथाचार्य की जो हरकतें हैं वो चालू हो जाएंगी
हाँ जो
जी जी
है
जी
हाँ एक्चुअली
जी
बहुत ही पॉपुलर है मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा सीरियल लगता है मैं टाइम निकाल के कुछ सीरियल्स हैं जो देखती हूँ उनमें से ये तेनाली रामा भी एक है तो बहुत
So
ही
nice
अच्छा
of you.
लगा
Thank you.
पंकज जी आपसे बात करके और
Thank you
फिर
very
हम
much.
मिलेंगे किसी और सब्जेक्ट पे बात करने के लिए एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच टू वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू हैव यू ऑन आवर शो
थैंक यू वेरी मच थैंक यू वेरी मच मेरी एक विनती है प्लीज लॉकडाउन का पालन कीजिए अपने घरों में रहिए और सेफ रहिए स्वस्थ रहिए मस्त रहिए गॉड ब्लेस यू
थैंक यू सो मच
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and you are most welcome on Akulmek Live. Today matter of discussion is about the investigative journalism and whether the investigative journalism is honest nowadays. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior eminent speaker from United Kingdom. His name is Mike Bradley and he is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena. So let's welcome him, friends. And before I go to him, I must tell you that we are live. You can send your messages and questions during the show. We will display your name and answer your question right away. So let's welcome Mike Bradley. Hello, Mike. How are you doing? Welcome to the show.
I'm very good. Thank you, Chandra. And yourself?
I'm very good, Mike. Thank you for asking. And as you know that the subject of our discussion is about investigative journalism, which we keep hearing. If you remember the childhood, it was, this is the BBC, you know, so we don't hear that anymore. But what is your view about investigative journalism?
Well, you know, I think it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, we have to have a degree of analysis and a degree of cross-questioning. Obviously, this is something that happens in parliaments in theory anyway, that there's a forum for the opposition to raise concerns or to challenge or to suggest against the corporate government line. But then there's this rather sort of grey area, in my opinion, which is not only do you have the official opposition, there seems in recent years to become increasingly aggressive, assertive approach in the media, which in some cases can be useful, but in a number of cases, I think has to some extent killed what I would call common sense politics and policies, because you have this challenge, which is when you are in power, when you're a government or you're a cabinet, you have access to all sorts of information, hopefully a lot more information than we population, we media, as to what's really going on. However, journalists are there to actually, I suppose, not there. I think they got three objectives which aren't necessarily in parallel with the national ones. One is they like to make a name for themselves. Two is they like to create a good story. And three is they like to get a big audience. And those three things together don't necessarily make for a balanced approach. And an approach based on the empirical facts of the situation, probably 90% of which we're not aware of, and are maybe even official secrets or information that cannot be made publicly available for some reason. And so the danger is that the population, we, the population, I'm referring that to ourselves, we make up our minds based upon this perception of what the truth is, which can be skewed positively or negatively by the objectives of the journalists, which aren't necessarily in either the public interest or the government's interest, or even therefore the country's interest. So I think we've got a real challenge. And in terms of the honesty statement, how honest is investigative journalism? Well, I think there's two aspects to that. One is, what is the vested interest of the journalist and their media station? But also, what is the real truth rather than the perceived truth that the media has? And I think it's an extremely grey area that we delve into, and we need to go into it with a relatively skeptical view. I don't know if you agree with that, or any listeners agree with that.
Well, Mike, I think I agree with what you're saying, because many times what you see and you report may not be the entire truth, and in the heat of the whole urge of reporting, you actually report. Probably sometimes it is a sort of half-cooked information, and in the name of investigative journalism, you may be releasing some facts which are not the right moment for releasing those things. So I think nobody's training investigative journalism. It is people who actually take up upon themselves, and they go out there and start talking about things, policies, politics, politicians, personal life, public life, all kinds of things which people discuss. So I think the key question that I have for you is, you basically made a very important point, that is the investigative journalism can spoil the politics. But what is from your point of view, is the way out? That is the key question that I want to ask you today.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the first thing we have to do is educate people properly, i.e., students and young people need to come forward with the view what we're hearing isn't necessarily truth because it's come over the media. What we're hearing is a particular perspective, which we then want to view, one with a degree of skepticism. And two, if it is true, we need to then go and thoroughly research it before we take a position on it. Because that I think starts, like I say, in school children, they need to somehow, and I think this is increasingly a problem, because majority of young people, anything that comes through the screen, they take as being fact. It's more real than reality because they live on their mobiles. They sort of spend maybe 50 minutes looking at the mobile and 10 minutes in real life. So in any particular hour. Therefore, they are particularly vulnerable to being nurtured by what they read in the media. So I think the first thing is that we need to ensure young people view what they see online with an air of skepticism, and I'll prove it before I take that as my point. Secondly, I think as individuals and as when I say individuals, I mean individual corporates and also individual people, we need to ensure that we get engaged, not just with and through the media, but with our local parliamentary representatives. Because whether we like it or whether we don't, whether they're our party or our ideology or whether it's not, they do actually have a voice and do have a accountability for representing the voters. And the way that we can actually ensure we get the truth and to respond to that in a real way is to get to know them. Because otherwise, again, our perception of our local political people will be what the media tells us about them. And as we know, that isn't always going to be the real truth or the whole truth. And consequently, the only way to really get the right story, the right view, is to ask them directly. And they will only tell you that if they get to know you. So the first thing you have to do is get directly engaged with your local political people. Try to be, secondly, I suppose, try to be open-minded about that. Because although the media tells us about all the naughty things and nasty things that politicians get up to, the vast majority are actually decent people who are human beings like the rest of us and want to actually make the world a better place. That's why they do it and why they commit so many hours. There are some that are in power, some that are in it for the perceived money. But there's an awful lot of them that are there because they're doing it because they believe in what they're doing. So I think you've got to adopt that open mind until you find out otherwise. So the second thing I would suggest is we need to get involved connecting and networking with local business groups and executives if we're in the corporate space. Because again, what you read in the media may not be what the reality is on the ground. It may represent the biggest brands or it may represent the biggest niche in that marketplace, but I can guarantee it's not going to properly represent everybody in that particular geography. So again, to get the right story, if you are interested in a particular sector, you need to forge relationships with those people. So, and thirdly, because 3 is always a good number when you're presenting. So thirdly, I would suggest that you need to get engaged directly with your local, national, global, traditional and new media connections to get the message out, such as us here with Akulmak, that actually, as you know, we engage with each other, we start to understand each other's perspectives, we discuss around the subjects, we're not trying to cause offense or cause trouble. What we're actually trying to do is forge a better world. And the way we can do that is to get our positive messages out, not just allow the mainstream media to conjure up the stories along their own vested interests.
Mike, I think you're absolutely right about Akulmak, because we are just the content creator and we are discussing things. But let me throw actual event which happened, and this is related to elections of United States, where one of the incident is there was a news published by Washington Post about Joe Biden's sons having lot of business interest in China, and that particular news was censored by Twitter. So can you imagine a guy actually did investigative journalism trying to bring a truth out, but that kind of truth in the heat of the election could be counterproductive for Biden winning the election. So Twitter banned that item, and because of that there was 15% swing in favor of Biden. So what do you think of this way? I mean, you are doing investigative journalism, but then the other party is trying to stop it. What is your opinion on that?
I think it's a very tricky area. And the reason I think it's tricky, I actually am an admin for a local Facebook group of almost 9,000 people. And sometimes you have to approve material that actually isn't necessarily your point of view, may not actually be, well, you can't verify every piece, but so long as it's not causing offense, we have to approve it. And it's not in breach of rules. And so I don't know, was Twitter right to ban that, or should they have just let that go out? And at what point do you say, well, this is fake news or this is actual news? And again, this comes back to mainstream media, because they always say, oh, it's in the public interest to put this information out. Well, is it? Because if the media takes a particular story or a particular slant on an issue, it may not be in the national interest to take that line. However, by taking that line in the mainstream media, they will actually force that opinion into the public thinking. And I think this is, again, I think it's a very tricky area. Did Twitter verify that information before they banned it? The instance you're talking about? If they verified it, well, then it should probably have been published. If they didn't verify it, maybe it should have had a statement on here saying this is unverified. Maybe that's a solution. It's a verification versus unverified.
Well, Mike, I think that is where we are having this debate. And by the way, the viewers are liking it. And there is a question from one of our viewers. Her name is Sarla Verma, and she joins us from YouTube. And her question is that is journalism a proper platform to advocate investigative stories? She is also having a follow-up question about the investigative stories could also be fake news many times. So she is in a sense asking your opinion about, is journalism the right channel for investigation? Or is it a police force?
I think it depends, again, on who it is. In view of what we said earlier, journalists, I'd be interested to know whether she agreed with the point I made, saying journalists have these three goals, get an audience, get a story, and get a bit of visibility for themselves. Those three things don't necessarily mean that there's going to be a truthful story coming out. This could be a vested interest story coming out. So I think there's always a risk. What I would suggest on the opposite side of that is if we then said, well, journalism isn't the right forum, what is the alternative? And I think the snag is, I don't think there is one. You know, and there is a sense in which in today's global media world, we are all in fact able to make a statement that could be verified, could be based upon our own experience, but may not be the real truth based upon everybody's experience. So there is a degree of subjectivity and interpretation on anything that we read on social media, because it's only ever going to be based upon a person's perception, which is truer than fact in many cases. So is journalism the right way forward? It's one way forward, but as we said earlier, I think it's very important that whenever you read something, you treat it with a degree of skepticism. You treat it with a degree of, well, I need to verify this before I believe it.
Well, I think this is a very important point. You know, we should always verify before we start saying, hey, this is a news that I want to tell you. You know, that is very important. And I think now I want to ask you about your opinion with regard to whistleblowing, because I think this is another area of investigative journalism where it affects the corporate, because I think you're talking about the corporates also, not only politicians. And whistleblowing arena is mostly affected affecting the corporates and the companies and even individuals who are associated with corporates. So do you think this is the right way of taking the news out, or it is not the right way? What is your opinion?
I think it's a very grey area again. I think it depends on the objective of the whistleblower. You know, I think the world is a complex, vested interest place. It's not actually 100% good and 100% bad world. So if there's something that is blatantly wrong, I think if it's injustice, then injustice has to come out. I don't think there's a wrong thing there. And somehow the person who is doing the whistleblowing needs to be protected in that instance. And there is a collective responsibility to ensure that that person is protected as far as possible by doing what they do. In the case of a corporate whistleblower, I think it's even more complex. What is their agenda? How do you know that this person is genuinely wanting to do it because of a decent reason? Do they have some other agenda themselves? Is it power? Is it money? Is it publicity? If it's blatant wrongdoing, then it's about justice again. If it's a situation where somebody has an opinion or has a belief or has a view, it's very tricky, particularly across global markets, because what is deemed to be acceptable in one place is deemed to be unacceptable in another. So what is right? Who is right? That's influenced by our culture and by our background, and it is not necessarily black and white. There's not necessarily a crystal clear right or wrong answer.
Well, Mike, I agree with you whenever you say that, you know, somebody says or speak about something, some incident or some person, you have to have total responsibility about it. But I think this arena, which is a very vast arena about investigative journalism, whistleblowing, the people who are actually doing it are, you know, very strong people. You know, they have a lot of courage. and conviction, and that is why they are doing it. So I think thank you so much for joining us. This is something very large subject, probably we cannot discuss in 20-30 minutes, but I think in today's session we came out about the important aspects of investigative journalism, and how you have to be responsible before you start talking. Maybe you have to go out and do proper research so that you can vouch for your words when you are informing others. So I think that is where,
Or at the very least, caveat it. At the very least, caveat it with saying this is a personal opinion based upon my personal experience, but may not be what is in, what other people find.
yeah, I think that is a very good suggestion. We can caveat it and we can say that this is something which I am not vouching for it, but this is what I've understood so far. And you can ask for further opinion. Guys, you can tell me if you think this is right or wrong. So I think we can end our discussion, Mike, at this, because otherwise this will become a very long subject, and probably we can revisit this subject again in future sometime.
Sure.
Thank you so much for joining our channel today, our program, our show, and I'm sure people liked it because there were a lot of questions, and we can't take all the questions, Mike, but I like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye to you too, Chandra. Have a great afternoon.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and you are welcome to our show Great Kings of India. And today we are discussing one of the greatest kings of India who has a tremendous effect on our history and our future also, because he is the one person who stopped there are two kings and he is one of the kings who stopped the foreign invasion, and I'm talking about Porus. So we will be discussing more about in this current series, and to discuss and to know more about this great king, we have an eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is head of the department of one of the prestigious college for women in Hyderabad. Welcome to the show, madam. How are you today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. I am fine. How are you?
I am fine, ma'am. So, we are discussing about Porus and Alexander and the impact of this war. There was a war. So, we will be discussing more. We want to know more about this great king, Indian king, Porus.
Okay, so before I tell you about Porus, let me give you a brief overview that what happened before Porus in India. There were a lot of Iranian and Macedonian invasions in India, and after the Persians, there were the Macedonians, Alexander of Macedonia, who came to India to plunder this wealth, the wealth of India. His main motive was that because he had heard lot of stories about India's wealth, India's glory, about the temples which were very, very rich in terms of jewelry, in terms of money. So he was very, very curious to visit India. So the Greeks were the next. First came the Persians, then came the Greeks. So Greeks were the next foreigners who came to India, and that time the political condition of India was such that it was again divided into small, small provinces, principalities, and there was no unity. There was no unity. So because people have heard about Alexander's personality, that he is a brutal warrior, and he had taken this up in his mind that he will conquer the entire world. There is one small story about him that when he was a child, he showed his hand to an astrologer, and he told the astrologer, "I want to conquer the world." So the astrologer said, "You don't have that line in your hand." So he got so furious that he took up his sword and he, made a line in his hand, and he told the astrologer, "I will prove you wrong. I will conquer the entire world." So he all the Indians knew about his stories, that what type of personality he is. So when Alexander came to India in 326 BC, if we see that time, there was a Prince Ambi, King Ambi of Takshila, and then this King Porus. Actually, his name was not Porus. He is mentioned in Greek records as Porus. Because he belonged to the Puru dynasty. He belonged to the Puru dynasty, so he was called Paurava or Purushottama. So he was in Greek accounts, in Greek, all the travelogues, we get his name as Porus. So Porus, Ambi, and Takshila and Porus's empire were nearby. So when Ambi heard about Alexander coming in, he got very afraid. So he said, instead of waging war, let me, welcome him and let me submit under Alexander, so that there is no destruction. Number one. Number two, because if I become an ally of Alexander, then my prestige will increase. So what Ambi did when Alexander came, he welcomed him. He welcomed Alexander and he gave him lot of presents. Because he was also a king, Alexander was also king of Macedonia. So he gave him around 700 horses, 3,000 oxen, and 10,000 sheep. So not only this, he gave him a contingent of 5,000 soldiers and replenished the treasury of Alexander. So now Alexander became more egoistic, that I will be, because he had this in his mind that he is a conqueror. So he sent a message to Porus or Paurava that you also, come under my suzerainty. You accept my power. But Porus refused to do that. He said, no. If you are a king and if you are a warrior, come to the battlefield. I will see you there. So Alexander got very much annoyed by this, because when he came to India, he got such a welcome from Ambi, from King Ambi. So he got very, very annoyed, and they met. It is known as the Battle of Hydaspes, because the river Jhelum, in Greek accounts, it is the name of Jhelum river is Hydaspes. So this war between Alexander and Porus is known as the Battle of Hydaspes. So Porus's kingdom was between Jhelum and Chenab rivers, and because any place which is near a river is very, very fertile, so his kingdom was very prosperous. So when Alexander's army and Porus's army met, the army of Porus's was bigger in size. But the army of Alexander had refined artillery. They had refined, equipments of war. In Porus's army, there were around 210 elephants, and he had a standing army of many thousand soldiers. The army of Alexander was also big, but when it came to warfare, the Porus's army lacked the skills. They lacked the skills. But one advantage Porus had, that he had elephants. And Macedonian people had never seen elephants. So when they saw the huge elephants, they were spellbound. They saw the elephants for the first time. So what the soldiers of Alexander's army did, they started piercing the elephants with the arrows.
Right.
So the one elephant, one or two elephants, they got very angry and they ran, and
The
many
charge.
people,
Yeah.
many people were trampled to death because of that. But in spite of this advantage of Porus, he could not. This was one thing. Another thing, heavy rain happened.
Right.
So because of rain, the chariot's wheels they got stuck in mud. So that became a disadvantage for Porus's army. And in the war was fought in the field of Karri, Karri, Karri. So there it was all muddy, and the chariot's wheels they got stuck in the mud. So that became an advantage for Alexander, and finally Alexander made Porus a prisoner. He made Porus a prisoner, and when he was taken to Alexander's camp, Alexander asked him that, "What do I do with you now? Because you were very egoistic. You did not accept my, suzerainty, and when I gave you a proposal, you refused it."
Right.
But Porus was such a brave, person, because he is known for his bravery. His bravery and his, this confidence he had. So even if he is a prisoner and he is standing in front of Alexander, he gave a very cool reply. He said, when Alexander asked him, "What do I do with you?" He said, "You do what a king does with another king." So this reply of Porus melted the heart of Alexander. And Porus was also a king. And then he he appreciated the courage, the bravery that uh, Porus could have been killed by Alexander, but still he is speaking in a high volume, and he is speaking with courage, with no fear at all. So this impressed Alexander,
I think
and
this
then
line has
Alexander embraced him.
yes, I think
Huh?
this line has become so popular. Even I mean, the way Porus told Alexander, "Treat me like any other king treat another prisoner king." So I think this is a very impactful behavior, impactful part of personality of a great king Porus. Because in
Yes.
normal ways,
A
he never
normal
answers
human
like
being will be frightened.
yes.
A normal human will be frightened. You are
Yeah.
standing in front of a
Yeah, he
and
may be
instead
thinking of a treaty or he may be thinking of a friendship. But here's a king who said, "Treat me like another king treats another one
yeah,
king."
as he treats another king.
Right,
This was his reply.
right.
So Alexander embraced him and returned his empire, what he has invaded. Rather, when he left India, he gave some other parts of India also to Porus to take care. So it came under the Macedonian this thing sovereignty, but Porus took care of that entire empire. One thing more I want to tell you, Kanchan. See, somewhere our history is also mistaken, because whenever we call Alexander, we address him Alexander the Great.
Right. Right.
If you if you think as a common man or a common person, he was a brutal warrior. He killed thousands and thousands of people just to satisfy his own ego,
Right.
because he wanted to become a world conqueror.
Right.
If you see other kings, if you suppose you see Ashoka, he also did Kalinga war, but that changed him, that transformed him.
Right.
You see Chandragupta Maurya,
Mm.
he was also a very great king.
Right.
So, but what made them great was their deeds, their goodness,
Right.
their compassion towards people. But Alexander was a totally opposite personality, and why we call him Alexander the Great, as a history student and as a history lecturer, I really think that why, see, that's why, because we portray a wrong history.
Right.
We have given a See, this way you are giving a wrong message to the people
Right.
that whoever kills is big,
Right.
whoever kills is great.
Right.
So it is not a right message,
Right.
which any history chronicler or any history writer would give to the next generations. And when he was going back to his place, he died on the way. He died near Babylonia because of malaria,
Right.
Alexander. And when before his death, because he could sense that he was dying, he told his people that when you take me to the grave, you keep my hands out of my this thing. When you take me. When they asked why, then he said, people should know that even a word conqueror goes empty hands. When he leaves the world, he goes empty hands. He realized it very late. Alexander realized it very late. But we calling him great, we calling him, okay, he was a mighty warrior. I agree. But that was that was the power of his sword. That was the power of his army. But if you see the other aspect, it was only brutality what he did. He killed thousands and thousands of people. Many families were totally, finished because of Alexander. And but you can call Porus great. You can definitely call Porus great because he fought with lot of bravery for his kingdom, for his people. He never, because Alexander was a foreign invader, so he never wanted to give that impression to his subjects that as a king I am a failure. So he fought. It is a different story that he was defeated. He lost the Battle of Hydaspes, but still he won. In the pages of history, you remember Porus as a great king, for his bravery,
Yes.
for his valiant behavior,
Right.
for his courage.
Yes. So I think that the whole personality and the character of Porus is much higher in terms of a king. I feel when compared to Alexander, why? Because Alexander just won the territories, but here is one king who fought, who defeated, and after even defeat, he impressed a king. A king we call the Alexander the Great, and he was so impressed that he has said, okay, no, you are so great, and the way you are so smart, and you deserve to be king, a great king. So he has said, okay, fine, I will treat you like a king. I'm a king, but you are also king. But on at the same time, Porus also took care administration, he took care of his kingdom, he took care of his people, which I think in a way Alexander the Great has that was not having that capability, as not missing out in trade, isn't it?
Yeah, he was. He see the history which is written is. I'm not saying that it is not up to the mark, but somewhere they lack. Somewhere they lack in portraying the people.
Right.
Whether it is ancient history, whether it is European history, whether it is medieval, modern, uh, when we had our Indian struggle for independence, so the Western authors, Western historians, they termed our freedom fighters as, uh, revolutionaries, and they have not termed them as great people,
right,
because they were fighting against them.
Yes.
But if you see from our perspective, they were great because they gave us a free air to breathe.
Right.
So some the historians, they have a they had a different perspective to see the events, to record the events, which at some places is not just, because you are giving a wrong message.
Yes.
You are giving a wrong message to the for the generations to come.
I know.
So it was lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. We'll be discussing about porous and the situation at that point of time in our next episode. For today, it was so wonderful to talk to you and know more about this great king, Porous, the Great of India. So see you tomorrow. Bye bye. You take care.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma and today is Wednesday and we are discussing music. And you know that Indian Raga is a unique and central feature of Indian classical music tradition. And to discuss this, we have a special guest in our episode. So stick around to this episode till the end. It will be very interesting episode for you. Welcome back, and today is Wednesday, and you know that we have Dr. Shambhavi Das with us, and with whom we will be discussing Raga of the Day, and we'll also be listening songs she will be singing for our audience. Dr. Shambhavi Das is a well-known music therapist, and she also teaches music. She has her own academy, Sur Demi. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome her. Welcome to the show, Shambhavi. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchanji, for inviting me once again. I'm really glad to be here. I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Well, as usual, we would like to know what rag we are discussing today.
So today I will be discussing Rag Shiv Ranjini, which is very popular in Bollywood songs. I mean the old movie songs, and it has a lot of therapeutic aspects as well, which I would like to discuss.
Well, before we start and discuss this raga, we would like you to sing something so that people can correlate and understand the raga.
Sure, sure.
It's really I really feeling very good after listening this song. So let's discuss the raga of the day today.
So this is Shiva Ranjini, and it's a pentatonic raga. It's a 5-note raga. Sare, and as you just heard, it's a pathos raga, and it is very important for depression patients. Like, because it vents out the feelings in the depressed people. So if you are a very sorrowful and if you listen to this song for a longer time, it will create a little urge to cry, and chemicals which normally built up during the depression, and it may result in a very dangerous diseases like heart attack. So if you cry and vent out, so when your tears come out, it is very important. And now even the big researchers have shown that crying is very important if you have some stress, tension, and if that stress takes a very advanced stage like depression, MDD, major depression disorder. So obviously it may create a lot of problems. So tears are very good for the survival of your brain and for your life. So that because it actually uh, saves you from many major problems. So this rag is very good for venting out, for releasing the tears. This is the psychological one. And one issue, physiological, is that it reduces the Agni Tattva, the heat in your body. So, sa re ga pa da sa da pa ga re sa. Just 5 notes are there. Ma and ni, as you just might have observed, it's not there. Ga is the lower ga. Sa re ga. It's not the pleasant one. It's lower, so it's giving a very sorrowful meaning. It's a very good meaning. Shiva Ranjini means Shiva when he got fearsome. So this Shiva Ranjini, Shiva is Lord, Shiva Ranjini is to please. So this raga was used for pleasing Lord Shiva when he was in a fearsome mode. So this rag is very, very effective when you have certain feeling like fear, insecurity. Actually, fear and insecurity are the root causes of stress and tension. You might not know, but you have some certain fear, financial fear, family fear, any fear or stress or insecurity. So this rag makes you vent out that fear in many ways, and it reduces the heat which is coming out. It's a midnight raga also, so it's very, very important. It's very effective when you listen to certain ragas at a very correct time. So this raga is meant for 12 at night to 3 at night. So when at that time when you listen to the raga while asleep, it's very, very effective at that time. And it's a pentatonic raga, and it gives you a pathos feeling. Even it's a Shringarik raga, and sober romance means not a very pleasant one, but sober romance means viraha. Romance which is more mixed with the sorrow, agony.
Well, I've been discussing raga for such a long time, and as a person, I came to realize that music is a very important aspect of well-being of human life, and everybody should learn music. So now, when I have this realization and really feel that music in the school has to be taken as a major subject, not a kind of a extra activity. So, what you feel about this?
It should definitely, but the problem is our culture or whatever culture, when people always run towards the streams where you are more financially secured. Now, when it comes to arts and music, we all know that the policy makers are not doing much for anything because they think that it doesn't have that usefulness. If you go to the science side, then you have a lot of funding. If you go to the technology side, if you're an engineer, so the moment you finish the studies, half of the companies are standing beside you to recruit you. But in our cases, we have done PhD, and there are a lot of people who are doing so much in this area, but to some extent, it will take a long time for music and arts to come into certain mainstreams because of the policy making problems, because of although in the West, now they are still funding, they have that feeling of usefulness through music and music therapy. Now music therapy as a field is emerging, so when it goes to the hospital, maybe in another few years, when it goes to the hospital, when it goes to the educational centers, when we make it like a department, when they see the change and when they see that the holistic treatments are changing people, from the root, then it might take a change, and it might, in schools also, the kids might learn that it should come into the mainstream. But as of now, it's a very big problem, especially in India, because because it's not giving you money. If you are really, if you are really have some wisdom, and you feel that, like we do always feel, okay, whatever less we are getting, it's okay, at least we are enjoying our lives, we are not stressed out, we are lesser stressed out. So this feeling has to come from the family, that the parents should tell the kids that it's okay whatever field you take. In these fields, when it comes to the financial, you have to work a lot harder to achieve that, financial positions. Because even in these fields, I have seen in the COVID areas, many maestros died because of the deprivation of money, and they appealed to the government, because there were no concerts, even big maestros, the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushans. They appealed to the government to have the money, like they wanted money for the survival. And yes, government did help little bit because they were maestros. But what about the veteran people who are still, and there are many. So I think the change will come, but right now it will take time. And there are many ways for the kids. When I teach kids, I always tell them the purpose of learning music, and what ragas, how the ragas help you. So when you teach your kids that, okay, this raga should help this, and this is why you are learning, because of your good focus, because of your good memory, this is why you are learning music, then the kids will crave to become a musician. So that element will go, that okay, whatever the money problem, I just want to pursue this field. So I think in the kids, in the schools, they should be told about how music, what is the purpose of music, what is the scientific use of music. So they have to be told in a very logical way. Otherwise, it will be, roll up behind.
You mentioned a very thought-provoking point, and I think that policymakers, as you mentioned, they should be more concerned about these streams like music and, of course, other paintings and frescoes making, because even if we go behind, I mean, in the antiquity, I feel that we can come out of the life of the people by really going, looking into the case painting and other stuff, which are I can say it's more of artistic manufactured in those time in antiquity. So yes, I think music has to be given a due place in our curriculum in the school, and parents, along with the policy makers, even the school professional, should think about it, because it is a very, very serious aspect of well-being and human development, right?
Definitely.
So before we close it, this episode, I would like to hear one more song based on today's raga.
So there are many ragas in Shivaranjani, like तेरे मेरे बीच में, तेरे मेरे बीच में कैसा है ये बंधन अनजाना, मैंने नहीं जाना, तूने नहीं जाना. This is one. Then दिल के झरोखे में तुझको छुपा कर, यादों को तेरी मैं जोगन बना कर रखूंगा मैं दिल के पास, सुन लो मेरी जामदार, बना के क्यों बिगाड़ा रे, बिगाड़ा रे नसीबा, ऊपर वाले, ऊपर वाले. So you can just see that even the lyrics in this rag are so pathos, agony oriented, karun ras. So there are many songs, especially जाने कहाँ गए वो दिन थे तेरी राह में, नाना नाना बिछाएंगे, चाहे कहीं भी तुम रहो, चाहेंगे तुमको उम्र भर, तुमको न भूल पाएंगे. So there are many such songs in Shivaranjani, and it's a beautiful raga to
Well,
listen to.
as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and listen to the music and understand the raga of the day. And somebody who wants to learn music, I think they can contact you directly or they can contact us. We'll pass your link to Dr. Shambhavi Das. And it is the right time to really introduce your music with ourselves, and people can learn because they are following social distancing. So, as usual, I said it's lovely talking to you. We'll meet again with different
Thank you so
raga.
much.
Till then,
Thanks
bye
for
bye.
having me.
Yeah, till then, bye bye and take care.
Sure, bye. Thank you.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies and we're welcome to Nation. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's closely associated with radio broadcasting and he has interest in generating sales leads. So let me ask him very crucial question. Now things are very as far as business is concerned is not very good. So we'll be asking Sitesh how to generate good leads. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Kanchan.
Kanchan.
It's been long that we have spoken, and it's always wonderful to talk to you. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. And I see that business, when we are talking about business people, the crucial question is how to generate new leads for the business. So earlier we used to go cold calls, we used to find out time to really meet our clients and present our services or products. But now due to COVID, everybody is at home. Even big companies are asking their employees to work from home. Now in this scenario, the crucial question is how to generate new sales leads. Do you have any ideas?
Well, Kanchan, I always go by the dictum that either a product or a solution is so good that it does not need a sales, or we need to build a story to sell some product which is not yet tested in the market. And that's where it is important to understand the product mix or the solution mix, and in our digital world, the offering, how great and how unique. I was talking to some senior sales guy, and he said the word USP, unique selling point, is something that has been so much overrated in today's world, because no product is niche, no solution is unique unless and until the execution is unique, unless and until the team is unique, unless and until the implementation is fast enough. So earlier the product was unique, but today the execution has to be unique. And that is where I think the lead generation for any business, whether it is manufacturing or IT or government business, defense, public sector, it is important to create a narrative, and it takes time. What we used to call sales cycle, I think we should say story cycle today. We must build stories, we must create the interest in the stories and then think of creating the leads. So even if it is a cold calling, throughout the day, me and you get so many calls from a credit card guys, lifetime credit card, personal loan, and none of these guys speak about creating a story, even if it is for few seconds or a minute. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a great idea to create a story. But I think one thing which I really feel is about that though we have a good story, though we have a good product or service, but still we are not interacting. There's no human touch. We are not interacting with people as we used to. Now everything is technology driven. Now in this scenario, how good any company is to really create a sales story, and because in the Indian market it's very important to feel and touch aspect when we talk about customers and clients. So I think I what do you think about how to get into this sales cycle, as you said, or maybe story creating cycle? But then we, as Indians, we are more inclined to really feel and touch of the product, and that's why I have seen recently many people are giving their services, not the product, but the services for free for some time. So I feel is that is there any other way? Rather, okay, fine, we create a story, but how to execute it? Because the days of cold calling, I think, is gone.
Yes, Kanchan. So, with the changing times, uh, the life in this pandemic, we all have been inside our homes most of the time. Probably we never thought that our home can be extended to so much of activities beyond the home. And therefore, when it comes to the sales, it is something home based. The sales has become home based. We all do the home based selling. We all talk about the stories. But there's something that I want to emphasize. Instead of cold calling, why not do cold emailing? Cold emailing, then by going by the cold phone calls, and then probably generate so many mailers that can go today by just a click of a button. 5,000 mails can be sent out, but each of those mails may not come back again. They might land up in a spam box. And therefore, I think it is important, more important today, to have a qualified emails, qualified phone calls. And since, as you said, Indians are more about meeting, touching, talking face to face, having food together, I think this is also true in many markets. But in today's life, I think you create a story, and that story needs to be believed in such a way that your prospect is bound or to say, hey, your story is interesting. Can we meet for a coffee? Because people are going out for meeting on a coffee. I myself have met so many people in last few weeks, but I must tell you, there I have not been able to meet lot of people, but I have been able to meet choice people that I wanted to meet, because I wanted to make an impression upon them about the sales or the product or the proposition. So in a salesperson's life, there is something interesting like a funnel. So you put so many things in the funnel, and only qualified sales or leads go inside the funnel. So in today's time, people have understood that we may not need to send out mass email, but we may not able to reach out to mass number of people, but it is important to qualify by doing more research and then send out qualified cold emails. and those cold emails would return back, and then they would not remain cold anymore.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yes, I feel that I'll take up a few points from the discussion. First is a good story, and your product or service should be surrounded by good story, and I think believable story. And second, you said that you should do an email, but I have a little contradiction on it. When we talk about email, so there are many email I also receive, and you see those email, all are sales. Mostly emails are of sale, so I don't even read them and I delete it. So the thing is, what I feel is that email at the moment is not working. What do you say about this?
So, in a salesperson's life, Kanchan, a salesperson is more like the ringmaster in a circus. If you remember the old circus days, the ringmaster is able to control every character or every actor in a circus event for that evening or for many evenings. So a salesman has to keep on jumping between email, phone calls, social media, not so much social media, WhatsApp, and even Instagram marketing. And on top of all of this, picking up a phone call with someone even for 2 minutes or even for a minute, and thinking about what needs to be told to that particular targeted person. And I have more or less, when I call some CXO, I generally it goes to some office assistant or a receptionist. Now a receptionist doesn't is a very important part of that whole chain to connect me to some CXO. But the receptionist needs to listen what he or she needs to listen, not what I want to tell. And that is something which needs a little bit of a creativity in your content. And the content creativity is something that we all can figure it out in terms of our target customer, target potential customer, the geography, the chosen words, uh, uh, the long sentences versus small sentences. And it has become more of a personal kind of a conversation in today's life, because everybody is working from home. So I think it is important to understand the context of the sale that is we all are aiming for.
Yeah, you mentioned very good point about social media, and what I think that social media has taken a front row seat when we talk about presenting anything or when we want to introduce to some product or services. So I think it's a combination of technology and creativity, and then uh, reaching out to people in masses. And I think that is where the challenge is, to reach out here also, when we talk about social media, to reach out the right kind of customer, in other words, directed, targeted customer for our services and our product. So I think it will take some more time to really make a funnel, rather than going randomly. And then in this process, what my opinion is, we waste a lot of time. So when we are talking about making a funnel, so what are those areas we should consider, we should take into consideration while really reaching out to our targeted customers?
So, Kanchan, it's very interesting. We all are connected to so many networks, and we all are part of so many of WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, Facebook pages, networks. But if you think deeply, are we the networks, or the networks is about us, or we are about the networks? What we bring into the network is something that is more important always, rather than what the network brings to us. So me and you, we know each other, developed a rapport over a time after talking, and we have spoken about our synergies together. And when we talk about synergies, then there comes a point where we need to talk about business or commercial turning point of it. The challenge today is that because of social media, because of email, because of the phone calls being so cheap, the data is so as cheap as water, it is, we think the business also should move that fast, but that's not the case. Ultimately, it is the human mind that needs to be convinced about a service or a solution. And the moment human mind comes into picture, there are multiple things rather than just the technology part of it. Technology was, technology is an enabler, and technology will remain as an enabler. Despite putting up so much of artificial intelligence or machine learning into our platforms, it is the people, the stories, the spoken word, the smile, the video touch, uh, and then, if needed, taking a leap of faith and going to meet for a coffee. All of that put together makes a good recipe for a sales lead. So whether it is 5,000 emails or 500 emails, ultimately it is the person-based selling, and that will always remain the hallmark of sales. Great systems like Salesforce or any other CRM systems can never be greater than the salesmen themselves. And that's what I believe.
Yes, definitely. A sales person has to be more equipped with the product and the services, and that is there. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh. And from this discussion, I think the takeaway is that you should have a creative story, and you should have a platform, social media platform, and technology to really reach out to the people. And then gradually you will come, you will be able to make a funnel, because you can even direct your mails or your creatives or your advertisement to certain defined predefined customer also through media, uh, social media. So I think the sales parameter has changed, the sales platform has changed, and we have to be equipped with the new technology and the new method of sales through social media, creating a creative story, and of course, product has to be good enough to lure the customer and the client. So that is one of the basic things. So as usual, it was so wonderful to talk to you today. We'll meet again with some interesting topic next time. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Market is and you.
Bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm going to invite a very special guest today in our studios. His name is Mr. Naval Gun. He's chairman of Mindfit Limited, and he is going to throw a challenge at me. I don't know what that challenge is. I'm curious. So, without further ado, let me invite him.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, we've got a challenge for you. And this is part of our trip into what we should have learned at school, but didn't in some respects. And this is about being creative, being innovative, thinking outside the box, or coming outside your comfort zone even. All of those great little words and little terms that we're thrown at, but we never really understand. So here's the challenge today, CK. And what you need to do is come up with a whiteboard for me, because I need you to use your drawing excellence on the whiteboard. I know how difficult this is, so I'm trying to beef you up a bit here.
Sure, Neville.
And that's just drawing on the whiteboard.
Not a problem at all, Neville. Let me bring the whiteboard.
Yeah, bring out the whiteboard. Cover me up.